Across the galaxy, the once peaceful Republic trembles under the weight of secession. Thousands of star systems, led by Count Dooku and the shadowy Confederacy of Independent Systems, have broken away, plunging the galaxy into full-scale civil war. The Jedi Knights, sworn guardians of peace, have become generals in a conflict unlike any before, commanding clone armies bred for war, fighting on 1,000 worlds to preserve unity. But behind the armies and alliances, darker forces pull the strings. The Clone Wars have begun, not just a battle of Republic and Separatist, but of light and shadow. And in the chaos, heroes will rise, friendships will be forged, and the fate of the galaxy will be decided not only by warriors, but by those caught between duty, destiny, and the truth of what it means to choose. The Republic fleet floated like a net over the gleaming crystal surface of Christophsis, a strategic jewel in the outer rim now darkened by Separatist occupation. The planet had become a choke point in the war, and with its capital under siege, the Jedi scrambled to protect both its people and its value to the Republic. But the Separatists weren't relying on brute force. They had sent Admiral Trench, a legend among the Confederacy and a nightmare to clone commanders. Trench commanded with cold calculation and relentless patience. His ship, the Invincible, cloaked and heavily armed, picked off Republic vessels one by one, dragging the siege into a stalemate that tested even the Jedi's resilience. Supplies ran low, morale sank, Republic communications were jammed, and high above the city, the Republic was bleeding into vacuum, unable to move forward. That's when Jedi General Anakin Skywalker arrived, with a plan as reckless as it was bold. A new prototype stealth ship, nearly invisible to scanners, was delivered into his command. With it, Skywalker intended to slip through Trench's net and pierce the heart of the blockade. Obi-Wan Kenobi cautioned restraint, but Skywalker, ever the aggressive tactician, took the stealth ship into battle personally, eager to confront the legendary admiral on his own terms. Inside the stealth ship, clone troopers moved in eerie silence, navigating on instruments alone. The shields remained down. Any energy signature would give them away. They coasted through space like a ghost. But Trench, too, was a hunter. He knew something was coming. When the Invincible deployed tracking torpedoes blindly into the void, Anakin played the game one step further, activating shields at the last moment, drawing the torpedoes into Trench's own ship. The explosion rocked the command bridge. Trench, outmaneuvered, was forced to withdraw. The blockade shattered. For the first time in weeks, supplies flowed to Christophsis' surface again. But even as the Republic celebrated, Anakin's clone troopers prepared for the next phase, ground war. The Separatist droid army hadn't given up. They pressed hard into the crystalline streets of the capital, and the 212th and 501 Stones legions dug in to hold them off. Among the clones was Sergeant Slick, loyal, seasoned, and commanding. But as Republic positions fell faster than they should, something felt off. Someone was leaking intel. The Separatists were striking too precisely, too quickly. An internal investigation began. Suspicion tore through the ranks. Kenobi and Skywalker questioned the clones individually, watching their reactions, listening for fractures. Trust wavered. Brothers began to doubt each other. All paths kept leading back to the same unit, Slick's. When confronted, Slick broke. He attacked his own barracks, destroying the weapons cache and attempting to flee. But the clones caught him. Pinned beneath rubble, his face twisted with bitterness, he revealed the truth. He had betrayed the Republic not for money, but for principle. "We're slaves," he spat. "You don't see it. You never have." His words landed like a bruise. The Jedi stood in silence. They had always seen the clones as comrades, loyal, brave, good. But Slick's rage unveiled something deeper, that even in a war for freedom, some were born without the choice to fight it. With the traitor removed, the Republic regained its footing. But Christophsis wasn't finished with them yet. From orbit, a Jedi cruiser dropped a new arrival into the war zone, a young Togruta, cloaked in Jedi robes and fierce confidence. Ahsoka Tano. She landed mid-battle, leaping into the chaos with the energy of a storm. Her mission, deliver orders and reinforce Anakin Skywalker. But her presence was more than tactical. It was personal. She was to become his Padawan, Anakin balked at the idea. He didn't want a student. He hadn't asked for a Padawan. He was reckless, stubborn, brilliant. Hardly the example the Council should assign. But Master Yoda had seen something in them both. He knew the war was changing the Jedi, and so he gave Skywalker what he needed most: responsibility. Ahsoka, bold and sharp-tongued, wasted no time challenging her new master. She matched his sarcasm, questioned his commands, and saved his life twice before he finished a sentence. Their dynamic was turbulent but magnetic. In her, Anakin saw a mirror of youth, of independence, of potential not yet tempered by failure, and Ahsoka saw in him the kind of teacher who didn't preach from a pedestal but fought in the mud beside his men. Together, they were ordered to destroy the separatist shield generator protecting the enemy's forward position. It was an impossible assault. Clones cut down in open streets, the shield wall impenetrable. But Ahsoka proposed a plan: sneak beneath the city through ancient catacombs and attack from below. They descended into the dark with a small squad. The tunnels were narrow, dangerous, half-collapsed, but they moved swiftly. Ahsoka and Anakin fought side by side through droid patrols and buried ambushes. And at the climax, with the generator in sight, Anakin let her lead. She danced through the blast of fire and delivered the final blow. The shield fell. The clones surged. Christophsis was reclaimed inch by inch. As the battle waned and the smoke cleared from the skyline, Anakin turned to Ahsoka, not with doubt, but with something new. Pride. "You did good, Snips," he said. And just like that, the war had forged a new bond. Not master and servant, not commander and soldier, but something far more dangerous in times like these: trust. And far away, in the shadows of galactic power, someone watched. A phantom in the dark, smiling behind a mask, satisfied that every piece was falling into place. The dust of Christophsis had barely settled when a new crisis erupted, this one far from the battlefronts, but no less dangerous. Deep in the outer rim, the son of Jabba the Hutt had been kidnapped. Rotter, known affectionately as Stinky, was more than a child. He was the heir to one of the most powerful criminal syndicates in the galaxy, and his disappearance had sent shockwaves through the underworld. The Republic, desperate for Hutt cooperation to secure hyperspace lanes critical to the war, saw an opportunity and a threat. If Jabba could be swayed to their side, vital supply routes would open across Hutt space. But if he were to believe the Jedi complicit in his son's abduction, the Republic would be cut off. Or worse, to complicate matters, Count Dooku moved swiftly, whispering poison into Jabba's ear. The Separatists painted the Jedi as villains, saboteurs of Hutt family honor, while secretly orchestrating the kidnapping themselves. Dooku's agent in the plot was a sinister figure of velvet menace, a Sage Ventress. She worked in shadows, ensuring the blame would fall squarely on the Jedi's shoulders. Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano were dispatched to track down the missing Huttlet. Still new to their partnership, the pair were already learning how to clash and flow as one. Their search led them to the planet Teth, where a separatist stronghold had been built atop a vertical cliff, its spire looming over jungle like a vulture. Scaling the cliff with clone troopers and heavy fire raining down, the mission turned into a brutal uphill siege. Ahsoka, eager to prove herself, took point with boldness that impressed even Anakin. Blaster bolts streaked past her, droids fell in smoking heaps, and the 501st advanced inch by inch until the summit was theirs. Inside, they found Rotter, sick, frightened, and weak from captivity. Ahsoka wrapped him in a sling and carried him close, speaking gently in a language she'd never known she'd need. But there was no time to rest. Ventress struck back with precision, sending droids in wave after wave. And worse, Dooku broadcast images to Jabba showing Ahsoka kidnapping the child, twisting the truth into propaganda. With Republic forces under fire and time running out, Anakin and Ahsoka commandeered a transport and raced through Teth's jungles and space lanes, trying to bring Rotter home before Jabba made his final judgment. Every moment mattered. Every detour was deadly. As they dodged separatist ambushes and malfunctioning systems, Ahsoka's protectiveness grew. What began as a mission became something personal. Meanwhile, on Tatooine, Obi-Wan Kenobi negotiated directly with Jabba in the Hutt's desert palace, threading a dangerous needle of diplomacy. When Dooku arrived in person, the tension rose. Words turned sharp, and sabers followed. Obi-Wan and Dooku dueled beneath sandstone arches as the fate of galactic trade balanced on a blade's edge. Anakin and Ahsoka crash-landed in the Dune Sea, carrying Rota the final stretch on foot beneath the twin suns. Exhausted, filthy, and outnumbered, they reached Jabba's throne just as his patience ended. Blasters were drawn. Accusations filled the air. Then the truth arrived. Padme Amidala, sent on a secret mission to the Hutt Council on Coruscant, had uncovered proof of Dooku's scheme. Transmission by transmission, the lies unraveled. Jabba saw who had truly stolen his son, and who had risked everything to bring him back. The Jedi were exonerated. Rota was returned, clutched tightly in Jabba's slimy arms. And the Hutt's cooperation was won, grudgingly but definitively. For Ahsoka, it was the first time she'd seen how diplomacy and violence could dance together in a single mission. For Anakin, it was another thread in the web Dooku wove, taunting him with close calls and hollow victories. But for both of them, it was a beginning, not of war, but of bond. Trust forged not by council decree, but by trial under fire, by sweat and sand, and the shared burden of doing what was right in a galaxy gone wrong. While the galaxy erupted in thunderous war, not all battles were won by armies. Some were decided in council chambers and whispered conversations, where loyalty was the prize, and strategy meant diplomacy backed by conviction. And so the Republic turned its attention to the neutral system of Toydaria, a key planet nestled along crucial supply routes in the Outer Rim. The Separatists had already begun courting Toydaria's king, Katuunko, hoping to draw him into their sphere of influence. If Toydaria were to join the Confederacy or even deny support to the Republic, the humanitarian lifelines to war-torn worlds like Ryloth would be cut off entirely. The Republic needed the king's cooperation to allow critical aid missions to pass through his system. And with no time to lose, they sent one of their best, Senator Bail Organa. Bail, ever the calm voice of principle, stood before the Toydarian royal court with clarity and urgency. He presented the plight of Ryloth's people, starving Twi'lek civilians suffering under separatist blockade. By his side stood Jar Jar Binks, whose awkward demeanor belied a keen instinct for turning chaos into advantage. Together, they appealed to the Toydarian conscience. But Count Dooku was already one step ahead. He dispatched Trade Federation Senator Lot Dodd to the Toydarian court with an alternate offer and a veiled threat. The Separatists painted the Republic as weak, incapable of protecting its own allies. They offered Toydaria trade, prosperity, and neutrality. In exchange for silence, King Katuunko, careful and pragmatic, weighed both sides. He knew war rarely spared those who remained on the sidelines. And while Bail and Jar Jar pleaded for compassion, DoD wrapped his threats in protocol and politeness. The debate stretched into the night. When Lot Dodd stepped away to prepare his official proposal, Jar Jar made an accidental disruption that turned into a tactical advantage. In the distraction, Bail discreetly delivered much-needed aid supplies to Ryloth, fulfilling the Republic's promise even before an agreement had been reached. The king watched carefully, not just what was said, but what was done. Meanwhile, far from the diplomacy of Toydaria, another mission was already underway, one that would test not politics, but the spirit of a Jedi. Master Yoda, tasked with securing the Republic's relationship with King Katuunko, traveled to Toydaria personally. But Count Dooku, seeing an opportunity to both disrupt the negotiations and discredit the Jedi, sent Asajj Ventress to intercept him. Before Yoda could reach the king's surface audience chamber, Ventress struck. She destroyed the escort shuttle and stranded Yoda on the surface of the moon with only 3 clone troopers, Jek, Thire, and Rez, and an entire battalion of separatist battle droids hunting them. Ventress contacted King Katuunko directly, offering a challenge: let the Jedi prove his strength. If Yoda and his meager squad could survive the droid onslaught and reach the king alive, Katuunko could judge for himself which side was stronger. The king, curious and respectful of both power and honor, agreed. So began the ambush. Yoda led his clones through the forests and cliffs of the Toydarian moon, facing wave after wave of droids, tanks, infantry, and aerial units. But he did not fight with overwhelming force. He fought with precision, grace, and insight. He spoke to his clones not as tools, but as individuals. He reminded them that their value came not from numbers or orders, but from choice, courage, and heart. At each encounter, Yoda disarmed the droids with tactics and wit. He turned the terrain into advantage. He slipped through their lines like a shadow. His lightsaber was swift, but his wisdom struck deeper. Even when pinned down, he protected his men, and they protected him in turn, not out of programming, but respect. Ventress, watching from afar, grew frustrated. Her droids failed again and again. In desperation, she violated the terms of the challenge, preparing to kill the king and destroy the Jedi outright. But Yoda arrived just in time. With the Force as his ally, he disarmed her, turned her own aggression against her, and spared her life. Not because she deserved it, but because the Jedi did not kill in anger. King Katunko had seen enough. Where the Separatists used threats and treachery, the Republic showed courage, conviction, and honor. He pledged his support to the Republic, not just in words, but in future cooperation, aid, and alliance. Yoda bowed deeply to him, not as a conqueror, but as a servant of peace. Thus, on two fronts, through diplomacy and valor, the Republic won Toydaria. No ships were conquered, no planets scorched, yet the victory rippled across the outer rim like a rising tide. Because in a galaxy drowning in war, every small act of mercy, every honest negotiation, every soldier who fought with heart rather than hate, mattered. Before the medals, before the missions, before the names were etched into battle logs and Jedi memories, there was just training. On Kamino, rain lashed the towering city platforms in a never-ending symphony of thunder and water. Beneath its sterile white halls and sterile white lights, young clone cadets drilled day after day, pushing their genetically engineered bodies to perfection. But not all clones were born equal, at least not in the eyes of their commanders. And nowhere was that clearer than in Domino Squad. Domino Squad was flawed. They were 5 brothers, Heavy, Echo, Fives, Cut-Up, and Droidbait, united more by frustration than cohesion. Their sim tests were a mess. Their communication was sloppy. Their leadership was non-existent. While other squads passed their tests and earned armor, Domino kept failing. Their instructors, grizzled bounty hunter Brick and the more compassionate Les, argued over how to handle them. Brick dismissed them as hopeless. Les saw potential. But even there, trainer, Jedi Master Shaak Ti was uncertain. Time was running out. Domino Squad had one final chance to prove they belonged on the battlefield. Their final test was a live fire gauntlet simulation, a tower climb under fire, booby traps, and simulated droids. It was meant to test unity above all. But the squad fell apart almost immediately. Heavy tried to lead by force. Echo and Fives bickered, Cut-Up cracked jokes, and Droidbait took a hit early. The team failed. Again. Later, Heavy, tired of being the squad's dead weight, tried to go AWOL. He was stopped by 99. 99 was a malformed clone, relegated to maintenance, his body frail and hunched, but his heart unshakable. He kept the barracks clean, offered wisdom no one asked for, and saw in Domino Squad what no one else did. He told Heavy something simple and true: we're all brothers, but not all of us get to fight. You do. So fight for them. That changed everything. The next morning, Domino approached their final trial, not as 5 voices, but one. They worked as a unit, calling shots, covering angles. Heavy set the pace, Echo watched the perimeter, Fives rallied the group. And when they reached the top of the tower, it wasn't with showmanship, it was with trust. They passed. They earned their armor. Domino Squad had graduated, and war was waiting. Later, stationed on the desolate moon of Rishi, Echo, Fives, Cut-Up, and Heavy were posted to a remote listening outpost, designed to warn the Republic of any separatist invasion toward Kamino. It was supposed to be quiet, a routine post, but routine never lasts long in war. A squad of commando droids infiltrated the base, killing most of the clone officers and taking over the outpost. Cut-Up was dragged off and killed by a Rishi eel before the fighting even began. Droid Bait had died in the first assault. Only Fives, Echo and Heavy remained, alone and outgunned. They fled into the rain and encountered two unexpected allies, Captain Rex and Commander Cody, visiting the outpost for inspection. When they realized what had happened, the five of them launched a daring counter-assault to retake the base. Heavy was key. He laid down suppressive fire, guided the plan, and when it became clear that the only way to stop the Separatist signal was to destroy the base's reactor, he stayed behind. He set the charges himself, fought off the droids. The detonator jammed, so Heavy did what clones were bred to do. He adapted. He set the charges manually. The explosion took the base, the droids and Heavy with it, but Kamino was saved. Later, as Rex and Cody saluted the fallen, they looked to Echo and Fives, not just as survivors, but as soldiers. "You're both exactly the kind of men I need in the 501st, Rex said. "Congratulations, ARC troopers." But war doesn't rest. When Kamino itself came under direct attack, flooded by Separatist Aqua droids and Trident-class assault ships, Echo and Fives were there, now seasoned, scarred, and determined to defend the place of their birth. The clones fought back wave after wave in the Kaminoan cities, defending cloning chambers and protecting their own origins. With General Shaak Ti and Jedi General Anakin Skywalker coordinating the defense, and with 99 fighting beside them, the tide slowly turned. In the chaos, 99 helped distribute munitions to cadets and wounded soldiers. He was offered safety. He refused it. He died hauling weapons for brothers who never saw him as a burden, but as one of their own. When the fighting ended, the cloning facilities stood tall, and the memories of Heavy and 99 were etched deeper into Echo and Five's hearts than ever before. Domino Squad had been the worst of the best. Then they became something else entirely. Soldiers forged in hardship, bonded in sacrifice, and bound not by DNA, but by choice. In the blackest reaches of space, a new terror had awakened. Whispers of a Separatist weapon began drifting through Republic comm channels. Rumors of ships vanishing without a trace, fleets wiped from the stars without firing a shot. These weren't exaggerations. This was the Malevolence. A prototype warship of staggering scale, the Malevolence was Count Dooku's newest instrument of destruction, captained by the relentless general. Grievous and designed around one terrifying feature, a massive ion cannon capable of disabling entire fleets in a single silent burst. Once paralyzed, the victims were helpless as waves of droid starfighters swarmed in for the kill. The Jedi only learned of it too late. A Republic medical convoy, protected by Jedi Master Pilo Koon, fell directly into its path. The ion blast washed across their ships like a wave of death, freezing systems and snuffing out lights. One by one, escape pods were launched, tiny hopeful seeds scattered into the void. But Grievous would allow no survivors. Vulture droids began hunting the pods, executing them one after another. Yet one pod, hidden in debris, held Master PLO, Commander Wolf, and a handful of clones. They floated silently, low on oxygen, their signal faint. Plo tried not to hope. He knew the odds. But his former Padawan never stopped searching. Ahsoka Tano, back on the Resolute, argued fiercely with Anakin Skywalker and the Jedi Council. The search had been called off. Too risky, too unlikely. But Ahsoka felt it, through the Force and through loyalty. Plo was still alive. Anakin, always one to trust instinct over protocol, took his Padawan and disobeyed orders. They launched in the Twilight freighter and scoured the wreckage. They found Plo's pod just as it began to fail, and rescued him from the jaws of death. The reunion was quiet, not dramatic. Two Jedi cut from the same cloth, bonded by courage, both knowing that the war would only grow darker. With confirmation of the Malevolence's existence, the Republic scrambled to stop it before it reached another target. But Anakin had a bolder plan. They couldn't destroy it head-on. Its shields and ion weaponry made it untouchable. But what if they could strike from the inside? Anakin led a squadron of Y-wing bombers, the newly deployed Shadow Squadron, on a desperate mission to intercept the Malevolence. Before it could reach its next victims, a massive Republic medical station filled with thousands of wounded clones and non-combatants. Time was thin. The station had no defenses. If the malevolence arrived first, there would be no escape, no resistance, just silence. Anakin's plan was reckless, dangerous, and nearly suicidal. Flying through uncharted hyperspace corridors, dodging nebula storms and gravitational anomalies, Shadow Squadron reached the malevolence and attacked its vulnerable starboard ion cannon. The fight was brutal. Droids swarmed them in waves. Pilots screamed and died. The Y-Wings were no match in a stand-up fight, but that wasn't the mission. Ahsoka flew at Anakin's side, weaving through blaster fire, her hands steady. They dodged debris, slipped between hull plating, and fired everything they had into the weapon's exposed core. Explosions rippled through the vessel. The ion cannon was destroyed. The medical station, just on the edge of its firing range, remained untouched. But the malevolence itself still stood. Battered but functional, it limped towards safety. Dooku, sensing his prize slipping away, ordered Grievous to rendezvous with a neutral vessel to escape, and sent Padme Amidala as bait. Her ship, sent on a false diplomatic mission, was drawn into a tractor beam and captured aboard the Malevolence. Anakin felt her presence immediately, his focus shifting from victory to rescue. He and Obi-Wan infiltrated the damaged warship, cutting their way through droid patrols in pursuit of the Senator. Meanwhile, Padme did what she could from within, planting explosives and buying time. The Malevolence became a floating battlefield, systems flickering, corridors collapsing, Grievous hunting the Jedi from the shadows of his command deck. Droids dropped from ceilings, turbolifts failed, gravity gave way. And in the chaos, Anakin found Padme and pulled her from the brink once more. They made for the hangar. Obi-Wan drew fire while Anakin rigged an escape. And behind them, Padme's sabotage took hold. The Malevolence, once a symbol of separatist superiority, careened into a moon and died in a firestorm of fractured metal and lost power. Grievous escaped, mangled but unbroken. Dooku fumed, his weapon gone. And the Jedi stood bruised but breathing. The Republic had faced annihilation and lived, but the cost of that survival lingered in Anakin's eyes. He had disobeyed orders, risked everything to save a friend. The Council saw recklessness. Padme saw devotion. Ahsoka saw a future that was both brilliant and dangerous. And somewhere deep in the stars, the Sith smiled. Victory came easily in the early days of the war. But peace was slipping further and further away. Amidst the chaos of the Clone Wars, even a single lost droid could alter the fate of the Republic, especially when that droid was R2-D2. The war had stretched the Jedi thin, each day demanding more from their generals and the clones who served them. On the outer rim world of Botha-Wui, Anakin Skywalker led an aerial assault against separatist forces. The sky blazed with fire, starfighters twisting through clouds of shrapnel and smoke. Anakin, as always, was in the thick of it, pushing his ship to the edge. R2-D2 was by his side, chirping data, rerouting power, and holding the fighter together by willpower and circuits alone. But in the heat of battle, Anakin's ship took a hit. As he spun toward the surface, alarms blaring, he ejected, and the last thing he saw was R2 still in the cockpit as the vessel vanished behind smoke and flame. Back aboard the Resolute, Anakin's mood soured into silence. Rex and Ahsoka offered their sympathies, assuming R2 had been destroyed. But Anakin refused to accept it. He knew his astromech, knew how stubbornly resourceful R2 could be. What he didn't admit, not even to himself, was that this wasn't just a droid. R2 was a friend. More than that, he was his droid. And he hadn't wiped R2's memory banks since the war began. That meant R2 carried mission logs, tactical records, Republic encryption protocols. If the Separatists recovered him, the consequences could be catastrophic. The Jedi Council, upon learning this, was furious. Obi-Wan pressed Anakin to retrieve the droid immediately, or destroy him before those secrets could be exploited. And so, the hunt began. Skywalker was assigned a replacement, R3S6, a fresh-off-the-assembly line astromech with a golden shell and squeaky demeanor. Ahsoka gave him the nickname Goldie, but it wasn't affection. The droid was clumsy, awkward, and constantly caused glitches in Anakin's systems. Still, time was short, and every hour brought the risk that R2 was slipping further into enemy hands. Using a fragment of a tracking signal, Anakin and Ahsoka pursued leads to a massive junk ship, basically a floating scrapyard drifting through space. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with sparks, smoke, and scavengers. It was a maze of broken droids, loose wiring, and the stench of rusted metal. The ship's Trandoshan captain welcomed them, all charm and slime, claiming to have no knowledge of a recovered astromech. But R2 was there, locked in a vault, alive and recording. He'd been captured and sold off, and his systems were now being scanned by General Grievous himself. The Sith general, learning of the data R2 carried, saw an opportunity to turn the tide of the war. He ordered the droid's dissection. The countdown had begun. Back on the junk ship, Anakin grew suspicious. He and Ahsoka fought their way through swarms of hostile droids, betrayed by the Trandoshan's crew. But just when escape seemed possible, R3, Goldie, turned on them. He was no replacement. He was a separatist agent. Designed to sabotage and delay, R3 had been planted by Grievous to undermine the mission. He disabled lifts, sealed doors, and nearly got Ahsoka killed in a hangar ambush. Anakin, piecing it together too late, was filled with fury, not just at the deception, but at the realization that R2 was still alive, and in mortal danger. They raced to the coordinates provided by R2's last transmission. The trail led to a separatist base, heavily fortified and guarded by Grievous himself. Ahsoka, sneaking aboard, confronted the cyborg in brutal close-quarters combat. His strikes were heavy, merciless. She barely held him off long enough for Anakin to arrive. While Anakin dueled through the complex, cutting through waves of battle droids, R2 staged his own escape, burning through locks, launching himself from platforms and frying pursuers with his shock arm. The little astromech proved again he wasn't just a tool, he was a fighter. The final confrontation came aboard a separatist cruiser in low orbit. R3 confronted R2 directly, droid versus droid in a narrow platform surrounded by bottomless void. Sparks flew as they clashed. R2, smaller and scrappier, used every dirty trick in his arsenal. In the end, he overloaded the circuits and sent R3 plummeting to his doom in the cold of space. Anakin arrived just in time to catch R2 as the deck collapsed beneath them. For a long moment, he held the droid against his chest like a rescued brother, battered and scorched but whole. Back on the Resolute, R2 received full repairs. Ahsoka teased Anakin about how protective he was, but the joke didn't reach his eyes. He knew he'd nearly lost something irreplaceable, not just a droid with secrets, but a friend who had always been there, silent and loyal. And somewhere in the vast dark between stars, Grievous fumed. The Jedi had won this time, but even their smallest victories carried the weight of loss, betrayal, and the reminder that in a war of shadows, even the brightest sparks were always at risk of being snuffed out. In the early months of the Clone Wars, while fleets clashed and planets fell, the Republic sought every opportunity to weaken the Separatists, not just with armies, but with leverage. And few figures held more value than Newt Gunray. The Neimoidian viceroy of the Trade Federation was a key ally to Count Dooku and a chief architect of the separatist movement. He was not a warrior, but a spider in robes, crafty, cowardly, and deeply entwined in the web of galactic corruption. When word reached the Senate that he had been captured during a botched occupation of Rhodia, the Republic seized its chance. But the details of his arrest were far from dignified. On Rhodia, Senator Padme Amidala had traveled to negotiate aid for her homeworld of Naboo, hoping to renew diplomatic ties with her former ally, Senator Onaconda Farr. Instead, she walked into a trap. Gunray had arrived first and offered Rhodia the support the Republic had failed to deliver. The planet, desperate and isolated, had sided with the Separatists. Padme was taken prisoner, but in a twist neither Gunray nor his droids anticipated, Jar Jar Binks crash-landed on the scene, unguided, chaotic, and utterly mistaken for a Jedi Knight. In his clumsy panic, he set off chain reactions, scared droids into disarray, and summoned swamp creatures to devour their hardware. In the mess, Padme escaped, the Separatists were driven off, and Gunray was captured by clone forces. The galaxy never learned that Rhodia had nearly defected. All they saw was a clean report: Senator Amidala and Republic forces bring in high-value Separatist leader. Gunray was taken into custody, and the Jedi prepared to transfer him for interrogation. But Count Dooku would not let his puppet slip away so easily. A Jedi cruiser en route to Coruscant became the stage for his escape plan. Jedi Knight Luminara Unduli and her young Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, were assigned to oversee the Viceroy's transport. In the brig, Gunray played his usual games, feigning fear, offering bribes, testing his captor's resolve. He planted seeds of doubt between master and apprentice, whispering about Ahsoka's inexperience and Luminara's aloof confidence. But the real threat was already aboard. Dooku had dispatched Asajj Ventress. She boarded the ship in silence, slinking through corridors like a shadow, her twin red sabers humming only when necessary. Clone troopers were cut down one by one, surveillance systems blinked out. The Jedi felt her presence just moments before she struck. Luminara engaged her in a duel, elegant and precise, while Ahsoka raced to secure Gunray. But the Viceroy slipped away amidst the chaos, aided by Ventress's tricks and a traitorous Senate commando. The battle tore through the ship, with Ahsoka disobeying orders to assist Luminara in the final clash. Together, they cornered Ventress and brought her to the edge of defeat. But she fled again, wounds trailing smoke, and Gunray vanished into the void once more. He was supposed to return to the Separatists. Instead, Dooku made a quiet detour. The Viceroy was redirected to Vasek, a remote, storm-lashed planet home to a secret lair carved into the side of a cliff. It was a place of shadows and echoes. The lair belonged to General Grievous. Dooku had grown weary of Grievous's failures. The cyborg general, a terrifying blend of alien flesh and mechanical wrath, had become erratic and overconfident. Dooku arranged a trap to humble him. To spring it, he sent Jedi Master Kit Fisto and his former Padawan, Nadar Veb, in pursuit of the escapee. They followed Gunray's signal to Vasek, unaware they were stepping into the lair of a killer. The halls of Grievous's fortress were lined with trophies: Jedi lightsabers, bones, cloaks. It was a shrine to death. As the Jedi moved deeper, they found Gunray's cell empty, a decoy, the doors sealed behind them. Grievous struck with fury, and Nadar, newly knighted and burning with pride, charged ahead. Kit Fisto warned patience, but Nadar, consumed by righteous anger, ignored him. He believed the only way to stop the war was to eliminate monsters like Grievous, and he believed he was strong enough to do it. He was wrong. In the darkened main hall, Nadar faced the general alone. Grievous activated 4 lightsabers and descended on him like a storm. The Padawan fought bravely, deflecting and striking, but he was no match. In moments he fell, pierced and broken, just another trophy for the collection. Kit Fisto, realizing the scale of the trap, escaped by the narrowest margin, leaping into the storm outside and vanishing into the rain. Grievous had won a symbolic victory, but Dooku had proven his point. The general was not invincible, and fear alone would not win the war. As for Newt Gunray, he returned to the Confederacy, humiliated, half forgotten, but still useful. 3 missions, 3 glimpses of the war's true nature. A foolish trickster mistaken for a Jedi saves a planet. A young apprentice learns that cunning can outpace strength, and a proud Padawan, rushing toward glory, dies in the shadows of a war no one controls. The Jedi kept fighting, the Republic kept spinning its wheels, and in dark corners of the galaxy, the war kept twisting its victims into something else entirely. The galaxy waged war in the name of order, but chaos had its own champions, unruly, opportunistic, and always lurking just outside the reach of Republic law. Among them, none were more flamboyant or slippery than Hondo Ohnaka. A pirate by trade and a performer by nature, Hondo commanded a band of Weekay raiders out of the jungle moon Florum. His allegiances were loose, his loyalties fluid, and his interest in credits unwavering. So when the chance came to capture Count Dooku himself, he took it. But it wasn't the pirates who caught the Sith Lord. That was the work of Jedi. Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, in a daring raid during a space skirmish, forced Dooku's ship down onto a remote world. The Sith escaped into the darkness, but not before the Jedi followed. After a cat-and-mouse chase through the planet's caves, filled with tight tunnels, force pushes, and lightsaber clashes, the two Jedi eventually cornered their old enemy. Yet fate and the Force had other plans. The three were trapped together, their exit collapsed, their weapons lost or disabled. In that strange, tense pocket of quiet, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Dooku found themselves with no choice but to cooperate. It was temporary and uneasy. Dooku sneered, Anakin growled, and Obi-Wan tried fruitlessly to mediate. Eventually, their bickering led them into the path of Hondo's pirates. The Weekays took one look at the robes, the prisoner, and the opportunity, and stunned all three. Back on Florum, Hondo greeted his prize with flamboyant flair. He recognized the value of Dooku and saw in the Jedi something useful. Hondo, never one to waste a hostage, offered Dooku to the Republic in exchange for a generous ransom. A tidy deal. No blood, just business. The Jedi Council was skeptical, but the offer was too tempting to ignore. Padme Amidala authorized the payment, and a ship was dispatched to Florum with the ransom. Escorted by a pair no one expected to become key players in the scheme, Jar Jar Binks and Representative Karras. But the delivery never reached its destination. The shuttle was sabotaged. It crashed in the desert beyond Hondo's reach. Representative Karras was killed in the wreck, and the droids carrying the ransom were scattered. Jar Jar, dazed but intact, suddenly found himself the senior envoy, and the only one left to carry out the mission. Meanwhile, in Hondo's prison cells, things grew tense. The Jedi, though treated well, began to suspect something darker. Dooku, chained and silent, watched with cool eyes. Hondo's men whispered of betrayal, of keeping the Sith and killing the Jedi to avoid any loose ends. The balance began to tip. Outside, a Republic rescue team launched a recovery mission. The clones, led by Commander Stone and a reluctant Jar Jar, trekked through harsh terrain and hostile creatures to retrieve the ransom and reach the compound. Along the way, Jar Jar, through a series of bizarre, accidental strokes of luck, managed to lead the team with surprising success, evading ambushes and guiding the cargo to its destination. Inside the pirate stronghold, Anakin and Obi-Wan escaped their bonds. They made their way through the compound in stealth and silence, disabling pirates and slipping between shadows. Dooku, meanwhile, escaped through his own means, strangling a guard with the Force and vanishing into the jungle. By the time the ransom arrived, and Hondo realized the Sith Lord was gone, everything had unraveled. The Jedi confronted Hondo, lightsabers at the ready, but the pirate simply shrugged. He hadn't harmed them. He'd kept his word as long as it suited him. The ransom was returned. The Republic had lost its chance at capturing Dooku. And Hondo? He smiled, drank his spotchka, and reminded them that in the Outer Rim, things were never so simple. The Jedi left Florum empty-handed, their enemy escaped, their ransom wasted. But they had survived. And they had learned something valuable. Even amid a galaxy ruled by empires and armies, sometimes the most dangerous wildcard was a smiling pirate who played every side, and only cared about his own. The war spared few planets. Even the quiet ones, untouched by politics, cloaked in jungle or dust, eventually heard the scream of starships and the thunder of walkers. The Jedi tried to shield the innocent, but the front lines grew wider each day. And when a Republic ship was struck mid-battle over the mid-rim, what fell from the sky was more than wreckage. It was a test of what peace truly meant. Anakin Skywalker's cruiser had taken a direct hit. As flames burst through the hull and systems failed, Jedi Knight Aayla Secura made the call, evacuate. She and Anakin, alongside Ahsoka and Captain Rex, crammed into a gunship and ejected into the unknown. But the jungle world they fell toward offered no soft landing. The gunship slammed into the surface, trees snapping like matchsticks, metal groaning on impact. Everyone survived the crash, but not without cost. Anakin lay unconscious, barely breathing. With the comm systems fried and separatist patrols closing in, their only hope was to find shelter and help. So Ayla took point, guiding Ahsoka and the remaining clones through a maze of wild terrain. The jungle was dense and full of alien sounds. Creatures moved in the underbrush. Thunder rumbled constantly in the sky. They marched, hours turning into a desperate trek until they stumbled upon something unexpected: civilization. The Lurmen. They were a small, reclusive people, furry, wide-eyed and nimble, moving in rolling cartwheels across the grasslands. They lived in simple wooden dwellings nestled in the clearing of a giant baobab tree. Their leader, Tiwat Ka, was calm and deliberate, his eyes deep with age and sorrow. And when the Jedi explained their situation, his answer was not cruel, but final. "We are a peaceful people," he said. "Your war is not welcome here." Tiwat Ka believed in absolute pacifism. The Jedi, he said, were warriors disguised as guardians, and war was a cycle that consumed everything it touched. The Lurmen had separated themselves from the galaxy to avoid its consequences. Taking sides, even saving Jedi, risked inviting violence into their sanctuary. Still, when Ahsoka pleaded and Ayla vouched for their sincerity, the Elder relented slightly. They would treat Anakin's wounds, but after that, the Jedi must go. And so Anakin lay inside a small hut, bandaged and unconscious, as the clones stood guard with weapons lowered. The Lurmen watched from afar, their eyes wary, their children warned to stay back. Even Ahsoka, usually quick to bond, found it difficult to bridge the divide. She was trained to fight. They refused to even raise a stick. Then came the Separatists. A droid ship descended near the village, its hatch opening to reveal an unusual commander, General Lock-Durd, a Neimoidian with a bloated sense of grandeur and a new weapon to test. He claimed he was there to enforce order, but really, he was there for a demonstration. The weapon was a defoliator cannon, designed to incinerate organic matter while leaving droids unharmed. A weapon meant not just to kill, but to intimidate. And the Lurmen, with their pacifism and proximity, made perfect test subjects. Tiwat Ka refused to resist. His people would not flee, would not fight. "If we are to die, then we die as we lived," he said. But to the Jedi, that wasn't an option. Anakin had recovered enough to stand, still weak but burning with resolve. Ahsoka and Rex stood beside him, and the clones readied what little equipment they had. Under cover of night, they stole through the tall grass, scaled the Separatist camp, and disabled the cannon's first firing. But it was only a delay. The droids were coming. And so the Jedi did what the Lurmen would not. They drew a line in the sand. Using wooden carts, tree branches, and salvaged tech, they built a defense around the village. Clones formed firing positions. Anakin and Ahsoka stood at the center, lightsabers ignited, facing down the storm. And when Lock-Durd marched forward, flanked by rows of battle droids, the Jedi met him with a fury the Lurmen had never seen. Droids fell in heaps. The cannon was destroyed. Lock-Durd, fleeing in disgrace, was captured by Republic forces arriving in the aftermath. The Lurmen were safe. And still, ashamed, Tiwat Ka walked among the wreckage, his village singed, but his people alive. He approached the Jedi, not in anger, but with sorrow. "You fought because you believed it was right," he said. "We believed we could stay out of the war. But it came anyway." For the first time, the Elder bowed, not in submission, but in gratitude. His pacifism had been noble, but the Jedi's intervention had saved lives. The Lurmen had not chosen the war, but they no longer pretended it couldn't find them. And the Jedi, warriors wrapped in peacekeeper robes, moved on, carrying the cost of every battle they won and every truth they left behind. On the icy world of Orta Plutonia, where snow blanketed the land in silence and bitter winds howled across endless plains, a forgotten people stirred, and an old myth shattered. The world was meant to be neutral territory, long claimed by no one, blanketed by winter and presumed uninhabited. It sat in the Pantora system, where the Pantorans, regal, blue-skinned humanoids governed by a senate loyal to the Republic, oversaw its orbit. But when contact was lost with a Republic outpost on the surface, tensions flared. Senator Ryo Chuchi, young, principled, and still learning the weight of diplomacy, arrived with Jedi Generals Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker to investigate. Alongside her came Chairman Chi-Cho, her superior, a nationalist firebrand who viewed Alta Plutonia not as a neighbor but as Pantoran property. The Jedi urged caution. Something had destroyed the clones stationed there. No blaster marks, no droids, just bodies frozen in place, weapons still holstered. The destruction bore no signature of the Separatists, but of something older, primal. They soon learned the truth. Alta Plutonia was not uninhabited. Its native people, the Tals, had lived there for generations, furry, tusked nomads who rode great beasts across the tundra and built shelters from wind and ice. They did not seek war, but they had been treated as invaders on their own land. The clones, seen as an occupation force, had provoked their defense. Obi-Wan and Anakin made contact with the Tal's chieftain, T-Sen, arranging a meeting under the banner of peace. They offered dialogue, mutual respect, recognition. Chairman Chi-Cho rejected it outright. He declared war on the Tals in the name of Pantora, calling them savages, demanding their submission. Against the Jedi's council, he ordered a strike. The result was swift and tragic. The Tals repelled the assault with ease. Chi-Cho was mortally wounded in the fray, his final words not of reflection, but of defiance. Senator Chuchi, shaken but resolute, stepped forward. She assumed command of the delegation, addressed the Tals directly, and offered what her elder never would: peace, recognition of their sovereignty, a promise that the Republic would honor their independence. The chieftain accepted. War was averted, not with weapons, but with words. From that cold field, Chuchi emerged not just as a senator, but as a leader. Yet her trials were far from over. Some time later, a crisis struck Pantora itself. Chairman Papanoida, the new head of state and an ally of Chuchi, faced a personal tragedy. His daughters, Chi Ikwe and Che Amanwe, were kidnapped from the Senate halls on Coruscant. The crime was bold, political, and quiet. But it wasn't just a kidnapping, it was leverage. The Trade Federation, already accused of covert separatist support, denied involvement, but the threads led back to them. Papanoida, unwilling to let bureaucracy bury the truth, took matters into his own hands. He and his son Ion tracked the kidnappers to Tatooine. There, amid the seedy underbelly of Mos Eisley, they followed leads through cantinas, bribes, and blaster threats. They found one of the daughters in a spice den, guarded by thugs who had no idea who they'd captured. Papanoida's calm fury was quiet, but absolute. He didn't negotiate. He ended the standoff with precision, reclaiming his daughter and pressing for answers. Meanwhile, Senator Chuchi worked from the inside, navigating the politics of the Senate and the Federation, exposing contradictions in their official statements and forcing them into diplomatic corners. Her efforts ensured that the Federation couldn't hide behind neutrality forever. The second daughter was recovered aboard a Trade Federation vessel docked in orbit, hidden in plain sight. The Federation's cover was blown, their complicity exposed. The mission succeeded not through war, but through persistence, wit, and the refusal to let fear dictate policy. Through it all, the people of Pantora endured. The Jedi had shown them the danger of arrogance on Alta Plutonia, and the boldness of diplomacy in its aftermath. Papanoida and Chuchi proved that strength took many forms, some forged in icy battlefields, others in the quiet corridors of power. And far beyond, in separatist shadows and war council rooms, the enemies of peace watched closely, learning that not every Republic victory came from the blade of a lightsaber. Sometimes, the will of a senator or the fury of a father was enough. Beneath the luminous surface of Naboo, in a tangle of subterranean tunnels and ancient catacombs, a phantom from the galaxy's darkest medical past returned, this time weaponized not by nature, but by intention. It began with a rumor: separatist activity in the marshlands of Naboo, droids spotted moving in silence through swamps and rivers, too well armed for simple scouting. Padme Amidala, ever the sentinel of her homeworld, traveled with Jar Jar Binks to investigate. They expected spies. What they found was far worse. The separatists had uncovered something long buried, an extinct bioweapon known as the Blue Shadow virus, feared in ancient times for its speed and lethality. Its spores, once inhaled, killed within hours. It had been eradicated generations ago, or so it was believed. Now, in a hidden laboratory beneath Naboo's surface, it had been reborn. The mastermind behind its revival was a separatist scientist named Dr. Nuvo Vindi, a twisted mind wrapped in a white coat, speaking in sing-song tones and madness-fueled logic. He was part surgeon, part sadist, and all ambition. He had bred the virus from a preserved strain and encased it in glass canisters, planning to unleash it into the galaxy not by accident, but by choice. Padme and Jar Jar infiltrated the lab, sneaking past B-1 battle droids and locked doors, only to be captured. Vindi, gleeful at the idea of having a senator as his test subject, revealed his plan: to activate droid-controlled virus bombs in key population centers, spreading death from the inside out. For him, this was not war, it was art. Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, called in by the Queen of Naboo, launched a strike with clone troopers into the underground facility. They fought through twisting metal corridors and automated defenses, while the virus countdown ticked closer to catastrophe. Ahsoka Tano joined them, moving with relentless focus through the chaos. Together, they disabled most of the virus canisters, secured the lab, and captured Vindi alive, but not before one canister went missing. It was activated in the upper levels of the facility. The virus spread in an instant, a mist of doom that blanketed everything in sight. Padme and Ahsoka were caught inside, trapped in a sealed section with clone troopers. No way out, no time, only breath, and the sound of the toxin's slow, creeping victory. Anakin stood at the door, helpless, his Padawan, his wife, sealed behind transparisteel. Every instinct told him to break through. Every second, he wrestled with fear. But they still had hope, if only barely. The only known cure for the Blue Shadow virus came from the rare Rixa root, native to the ghostly planet of Igo, a world of myth cloaked in superstition. Jedi legends told of angels who lived in the light, and monsters who ruled in the dark. The planet was surrounded by the so-called mists of madness, where thousands of ships were said to have vanished, unable to escape. Obi-Wan and Anakin traveled there, landing in a village whose people lived like prisoners, grounded by fear. The inhabitants claimed that an ancient curse, the ghost of Droll, destroyed all who tried to leave. Superstition hung in the air like fog, but the Jedi saw through it. A field of energy mines, deployed long ago by the Separatists, ringed the atmosphere, detonating anything that crossed their threshold. They met a boy named Jabo Hood, a mechanical prodigy who had reprogrammed battle droids for amusement. With his help, they navigated the ruins, battled Rixa vine creatures in the caverns, and retrieved the root, though not without scars. Anakin fought the plant like a beast, slashing its writhing limbs to reach the cure. Back on Naboo, time was slipping away. Inside the sealed chamber, Ahsoka worked tirelessly to keep morale alive. Clones collapsed around her. Padme grew pale. Yet still, they resisted panic. They were Jedi. They were senators. They would not fall quietly. As the virus reached its peak, the Jedi returned. The cure was synthesized and administered just in time. Breath returned to lungs. Color returned to faces. And hope, so nearly extinguished, burned again. Nuvo Vindi was returned to Republic custody in shackles, still muttering about his brilliance and the galaxy's failure to understand him. His virus had nearly escaped the grave of history, but in the end, life prevailed. For Anakin, the mission had been more than strategy. It had brought him closer to the edge. The fear of losing both Padme and Ahsoka in a single breath had shaken something deep inside, a fear not easily dismissed. And for Ahsoka, it had been her first brush with helplessness that couldn't be countered by a lightsaber. She'd stood against death not with strength, but with endurance. The war rolled on. But every now and then, it revealed the true stakes, not systems or numbers, but lives, breath by breath, moment by moment. All of it fragile, all of it worth saving. Ryloth was burning, a jewel of the Outer Rim, The Twi'lek homeworld had fallen under separatist control early in the war. Its cities were occupied, its people subjugated, and the skies above thick with blockade ships. The planet was of critical tactical value, but more than that, it was a symbol. The Republic needed a foothold in the region, and the Twi'leks needed liberation. To reclaim Ryloth, the Republic launched a three-phase assault. The first task, break the blockade. High above the planet's surface, Anakin Skywalker led a fleet into the heart of enemy fire. But he wasn't alone. Ahsoka Tano had her first command. With Admiral Yularen injured and Skywalker engaged elsewhere, Ahsoka was given a squadron of fighters and a vital mission: draw the droid fleet into a trap. But command is a heavy weight. Ahsoka, eager to prove herself, pressed the attack too early. Her fighters charged ahead, engaging droid bombers without full support. The result was devastating. Clones died. Ships were lost. Ahsoka, reeling from her first taste of command failure, stood silent in the aftermath, her shoulders bowed not by anger, but by guilt. Anakin didn't reprimand her. He understood, and he taught her the way he knew best, by showing. In a bold gambit, he piloted a single cruiser into the heart of the blockade, dragging the droid fleet after him, exposing their flanks. Ahsoka, now focused and centered, rallied the remaining fighters and struck hard. The blockade shattered. The path to Ryloth opened, but the planet would not be won from orbit. The second phase of the mission was ground assault. Mace Windu led the invasion from the surface, while Obi-Wan Kenobi was tasked with securing key settlements. The Separatists had dug in with battalions of battle droids and deadly Separatist tanks, lob-sided behemoths that crushed buildings and scattered civilians. In one occupied village, a Twi'lek named Numa hid in the rubble. She was no more than a child, dirty, wide-eyed, clutching a family heirloom and hiding from the thunder of metal feet. Her parents were gone, her world in ruin, and yet, when she saw two clone troopers, Waxer and Boyle, sneaking through the alleys, she didn't scream. She followed. At first, the clones didn't know what to make of her. She didn't speak basic. She was just a kid. But slowly, through gestures and instinct, a bond formed. She led them through the streets, showing them a hidden path. She trusted them. For the first time, Waxer and Boyle saw themselves not just as soldiers, but as protectors. With her help, Obi-Wan's forces pushed through, clearing the village and marking the first step in reclaiming the planet. Numa clung to the clone troopers' armor, calling them Nera, brothers. It was a single child, in a single village. But for the clones, it was a reminder. This war wasn't just about maps or orders. It was about people. The final phase fell to Mace Windu. Ryloth's capital remained under separatist control, guarded by droids and commanded by the ruthless Wat Tambor. The Techno-Union foreman treated the city like a prize, hoarding resources and stripping valuables while using Twi'lek civilians as living shields. Cham Syndulla, leader of the Twi'lek resistance, had long fought to free his people, but trust in the Republic came slow. He had seen empires come and go. He feared that liberation would only mean a different flag over the same suffering. Windu understood. He didn't come with promises. He came to fight beside him. Together, the Jedi and the freedom fighters coordinated a final assault on the capital. Tanks rolled through canyon passes, droids fell from rooftops, and the resistance rose from the ashes of occupation. Windu confronted Tambor directly, cutting through his guards and driving the Techno-Union tyrant into retreat. With the city taken and the droids defeated, the Republic stood victorious. Cham looked to the horizon, not to a new master, but to freedom. For now, Ryloth was free, but its scars remained, on the buildings, on the people, and on the clones who walked away knowing they had saved lives, and lost pieces of themselves in the process. And far away, a young girl named Numa kept the badge of a clone trooper close to her heart, a symbol of the day the war reached her doorstep, and kindness arrived with armor and helmets instead of guns and orders. In the vaulted silence of the Jedi Temple, where knowledge rested in golden light and every whisper echoed with history, a terrible breach went unnoticed, until it was too late. A holocron had been stolen. These crystalline data vaults contained not just teachings, but secrets, each one keyed to Jedi use and sealed behind layers of wisdom and code. The one taken held a list, the names of Force-sensitive children scattered across the galaxy. In the wrong hands, they weren't just future Jedi. They were leverage, hostages, weapons waiting to be shaped. The thief moved with ghost-like precision. Her name was Cad Bane, a Duros bounty hunter with a reputation as cold as his blood and twice as calculated. Under orders from Darth Sidious himself, Bane had infiltrated the temple, bribing guards, disabling sensors, and using deception that even the Jedi hadn't anticipated. By the time Master Jocasta Nu discovered the loss, he was already gone. Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano were assigned to track the hunter down. Ahsoka, still reeling from the aftermath of previous battles, was eager to prove herself, more focused now, more tempered by recent loss. Anakin, uncharacteristically quiet, burned with urgency. This wasn't just about recovering a relic. Sidious was involved. And that meant the stakes were more than galactic. They were personal. The trail led to the Outer Rim. Cad Bane had boarded a separatist warship, taking the holocron and a captured Jedi Master as leverage. The Jedi launched an assault. The battle was a race. While clone troopers engaged the ship's droids, Anakin and Ahsoka fought their way through narrow corridors and hull breaches, fending off ambushes as they searched for Bane. But the hunter had prepared for everything. He had set traps, scrambled navigation, and rigged the ship to self-destruct. He wasn't just fleeing, he was erasing his trail. In the final moments aboard the doomed vessel, Anakin confronted him. Lightsaber against blaster, force against gadgetry. But Bane wasn't aiming to win. He was aiming to stall. He escaped, taking with him the contents of the holocron and the mind of the captured Jedi, from whom he extracted the crystal code needed to access the list of Force-sensitive children. Now the hunt shifted from one man to many children. Cad Bane began moving from system to system, abducting infants born with a connection to the Force. From Rhodia to Naboo to Glee Anselm, he left behind empty cradles and confused parents, slipping in and out before local security could react. Each child was taken not to be harmed but hidden, delivered to a facility where Sidious would begin his work in shaping the next generation of dark side agents. Anakin and Ahsoka followed the trail like a fuse line, trying to stay ahead. The clues grew stranger. At each scene they found traces of sedation, calming music, silence. The kidnappings were surgical, calculated, and worst of all, they were effective. One by one, the children vanished. Eventually, the Jedi tracked Bane to the icy world of Mustafar, long before it would become synonymous with tragedy. There, deep within a secret medical station, the Sith's true intentions came to light. The infants were not just stolen, they were being tested, reshaped, and prepared for future manipulation. It was Sidious's long game. He was not content to destroy the Jedi. He meant to replace them, slowly, in secret, with his own hand-picked acolytes, stolen before they could learn light from dark. Anakin and Ahsoka stormed the facility, shutting down the operation and freeing the children before further harm could be done. They never found Sidious. They barely caught a glimpse of his intent. But they'd seen enough to know the game had changed. This was no longer a war for territory. It was a war for legacy. Back on Coruscant, the Jedi Council sealed the records, tightened temple security, and began the slow work of recovering from their own vulnerability. The holocron was restored, but the damage had already rippled outward. The Jedi had believed themselves guardians of the future. Now they knew the future could be stolen, quietly, efficiently, and without warning. Ahsoka watched the rescued infants return to their families. She held one briefly, rocking it gently beneath Coruscant's rising sun. She thought of what she'd nearly lost, what they all might yet lose. Anakin stood nearby, gaze distant. He said nothing. Somewhere far away, in the dark, Darth Sidious smiled. The Jedi had put out the fire, but the kindling was already laid. The war stretched thinner with every passing day, fewer Jedi, fewer soldiers, more systems begging for aid. Not all cries for help came from strategic worlds or famous battlefronts. Some came from quiet villages, desperate and forgotten. And one such call came from Felucia. There, on the vibrant, fungal-covered plains, farmers lived under siege from pirates, mercenaries emboldened by the Republic's scattered attention. Hondo Ohnaka's gang, always opportunistic, had turned to extortion, threatening destruction unless tribute was paid. When Jedi generals Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano arrived in response, they found themselves outnumbered and outgunned, and worse, lacking clone reinforcements. The war had drawn too many resources elsewhere. The villagers, weary and cynical, expected nothing. But an unexpected solution emerged: mercenaries fighting mercenaries. A ragtag group of bounty hunters had already been hired by the farmers, led by the stoic Shugi. Among her crew was Embo, silent and deadly with a wide, disc-shaped hat that doubled as a shield and weapon, Rumi Paramita, a Twi'lek sharpshooter, and Serapus, a tiny alien in a towering battlesuit. They weren't saints, but they were professionals. Their contract was simple: defend the village, protect the harvest. Tension simmered between the Jedi and the bounty hunters, two codes, two purposes, but necessity built a bridge. Anakin offered strategy. Ahsoka gained the farmers' trust. Obi-Wan negotiated peace between pride and pragmatism. When Hondo's gang returned, they didn't find helpless farmers. They found an ambush. Blaster fire lit the fields. Sugi's crew struck from rooftops. Jedi deflected shots with fluid grace. Even the villagers joined in, using farming tools and homemade traps. It was not a clean battle, but it was a victory. When the dust cleared, the village stood free. Not because the Republic had swooped in to save them, but because unlikely allies stood together for the right reason. The Jedi left with more than thanks. They left reminded that heroism doesn't wear a single uniform. But elsewhere in the galaxy, a discovery was about to test the Republic's moral compass in ways no battle could. On Malastare, the Republic had forged an uneasy alliance with the Dug people, longtime members of the Republic whose planet was a vital source of fuel. In exchange for protection and cooperation, the Dugs had allowed the Republic to test a new weapon, the electro-proton bomb. Designed to disable droids without harming organic life, it was a marvel of science and a test of ethics. The weapon was deployed against a massive separatist droid army. It worked. Every droid shut down instantly. But the bomb woke something older, something deeper, something forgotten. The ground cracked, trembled, then split open. From the abyss emerged a creature out of legend, the Zillo Beast, a towering serpentine reptile, armored like a tank and centuries old. The Dugs had long considered it sacred and extinct. It had survived beneath Malastare's crust, slumbering until the explosion tore its chamber open. Now it raged. The Jedi attempted to subdue it without harm, but fear spread among the Dugs, who demanded its death. Republic scientists, however, saw opportunity. The beast's scales were impenetrable, resistant even to lightsabers. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine ordered the creature sedated and transported to Coruscant for study. The Jedi objected. They argued for compassion, for respect, but the order came from the top. The Zillo Beast was captured. Caged in a massive containment field deep beneath the surface of Coruscant, the creature became an object of scientific obsession. Needles pierced its hide. Tests were run. Palpatine watched from above, expression unreadable. But the beast was sentient. It remembered its captors. It understood pain. It understood betrayal. And it broke free. Steel buckled. Sirens blared. Coruscant's underworld erupted in chaos as the Zillo Beast emerged into the city above. Towers shattered under its weight. Transports crashed in the streets. The Republic's shining capital trembled under something it had never considered: the fury of a creature that could not be controlled. Anakin and Padme watched from the skyline as the creature climbed toward the Senate district, toward Palpatine himself. Some said it recognized the Chancellor. Others said it simply followed the one who had ordered its torment. Blasters did nothing. Walkers failed. The Republic had created its own monster, not through science, but arrogance. In the end, Anakin was forced to deploy the very toxin used to capture it. this time in lethal quantities. The creature fell, its body crashing into a half-built tower, its final roar echoing off transparisteel and duracrete. Silence returned. The Jedi mourned. Padme mourned. Even Anakin, who had killed so many, stood shaken. Palpatine watched the corpse from a balcony and gave the order to clone it. The Zillo beast had come from a forgotten past, but in it, the Chancellor saw a future. And once again, the war rolled forward. One battle won, one life lost, and one more secret buried beneath the shimmering surface of a city that was no longer a beacon, but a mask. War thrives on patterns: attack, retreat, reinforce, repeat. But sometimes the lines between battlefront and home fade, and the enemy moves in whispers instead of fire. The second assault on Geonosis, a campaign that would shape the fate of the Clone Wars, began not with troops, but with a whisper in the Senate. Padme Amidala had been tasked with uncovering the truth about Senator Rush Clovis of Scipio, her former colleague, and someone the Jedi suspected of colluding with the Separatists. She accepted the assignment not as a warrior, but as a spy, slipping into a dangerous role that would test both her loyalty to the Republic and her complicated history with Clovis. They traveled together to Cato Neimoidia, where Padme uncovered secret dealings between Clovis and the Techno-Union. Separatist credits had funded weapons shipments, and Clovis had allowed himself to be used, believing he was strengthening peace through negotiation, while in truth, he was greasing the wheels of war. When his duplicity was exposed, Padme narrowly escaped with her life, poisoned and exhausted, but alive. And the Senate had its proof. It was enough for the Jedi to act. Geonosis, the arid world where the war had begun, was once again crawling with separatist activity. Poggle the Lesser, its ruling archduke, had returned and restarted droid foundries beneath the surface. This time, the Jedi were determined to cut the head from the source. General Ki-Adi Mundi led the first wave, but his forces were shot out of the sky. The planet's skies swarmed with flak and energy bolts, and the landing zone, Point Rain, became a massacre. Clone troopers died by the dozen before their boots even touched sand. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and Ahsoka Tano each led strike teams to reinforce the assault. Their dropships scattered under fire, scattering troops across the jagged terrain. The clones regrouped under hellish conditions, crawling through heat and dust and falling ash. The attack was not elegant, it was a grind. Bodies fell. Progress was measured in meters. Anakin and Ahsoka fought side by side, carving a bloody line through Geonosian defenses, while Obi-Wan, wounded in the crash, pressed forward with grit and quiet determination. The Jedi weren't immune to war's toll. They bled, they tired, they doubted, but they moved forward. Eventually, the Republic took the skies. Point Rain fell. But it was only the first step. The mission pivoted to the source, the primary weapons factory buried beneath Geonosis's rock. There, Jedi Master Luminara Unduli and her Padawan, Barriss Offee, joined forces with Anakin and Ahsoka. The assault on the factory was to be coordinated from two fronts: Anakin and Ahsoka through the main gates in a frontal distraction, Barriss and Luminara through underground catacombs to plant explosives within. The Jedi fought with precision and purpose, but the deeper they went, the clearer it became. This war was teaching Padawans to think like generals. Ahsoka questioned orders. Barriss meditated in darkness, knowing death could come at any turn. Their mission nearly failed when the passage collapsed, trapping them beneath rubble with no escape and limited oxygen. In the dark, they spoke not of tactics but of mortality, two young women who had been born into a world of war and were learning to live in its shadow. Anakin refused to leave them behind. He defied command and dug through rock and flame until they were found. The factory was destroyed. Poggle the Lesser fled into the wilds. Luminara pursued him through ruined temples and half-buried spires. What she found was not just a fugitive, but a horror. Deep beneath the surface, hidden in crypt-like catacombs, she encountered the ancient burial chambers of the Geonosians. There, in silence broken only by the chittering of wings, the dead walked. Reanimated by brain worms, parasitic creatures that slid through nostrils and wrapped around the brainstem, the corpses rose to defend their queen. Obi-Wan and Anakin arrived just in time to rescue Luminara from the Hive Queen's trap. destroying the worm's source with fire and saber. But a sample survived, hidden in Poggle's escape route, small, fragile, and enough to endanger the galaxy. It did not take long. Aboard a medical frigate returning to Republic space, clone troopers began acting strangely. Their movements stiffened. Their eyes glossed over. Ahsoka, stationed on the ship with Barriss Offee, sensed the disturbance first. The worms had infected the clones, and they were spreading. What began as a recovery mission turned into a lockdown. Ahsoka watched her troopers, men she'd trusted, turn into sleepwalking killers. Barriss disappeared into the vents, chasing an infected trooper, and did not return. Ahsoka followed, blades drawn, heart pounding. When she found her friend, Barriss had already succumbed to the parasite. Their battle was fierce, tragic. Barriss fought with the precision of a Jedi, but without mercy or restraint. Ahsoka disabled her without killing her. And in the end, she found the key to stopping the worms: extreme cold. By lowering the temperature of the ship, the parasites fell dormant. The crew was saved. The Geonosis campaign was over. The droid factories were destroyed. Poggle was captured. The Republic had struck a decisive blow, but the victory left its marks. Clones buried their dead by the dozens. Barriss and Ahsoka, once students, now carried scars, internal and unseen. And somewhere deep in the Republic, another parasite burrowed silently, not made of flesh, made of trust, shaken, belief, fractured. Because if the dead can rise, if friends can turn in an instant, what can truly be counted on? The Jedi would keep fighting, but the war was changing them, and soon it would finish what it started. It began with a trap. General Grievous had grown bolder, striking Republic outposts with ruthless precision and vanishing before counterattacks could pin him down. But this time, the Jedi had planned ahead. Master Eth Koth, a skilled warrior and council member, was captured during one of the general's raids. Intentionally. A risk, taken for the promise of a pattern. His location was traced through a hidden signal in the Force. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and Jedi Master Adi Gallia launched a swift rescue. Their ships tore through separatist defenses, blasting into Grievous's command vessel with a fury the cyborg hadn't expected. Inside the ship, chaos reigned. Clone troopers flooded the halls. Droids fell in droves. Anakin carved a path with typical intensity, while Obi-Wan dueled Grievous blade to blade. Their clash was fierce, two veterans of war testing each other's reflexes and resolve. Grievous escaped, barely, retreating to the shadowy planet of Saleucami, his ship crippled. He fled into the wilderness, pursued by Captain Rex and his men. There, in the fields of tall grass and sun-drenched farmland, something unexpected waited for them. Something human. As the clones fanned out to track Grievous, Rex was wounded by a sniper and taken in by a local farmer for recovery. That farmer was a clone himself, Cut Lorquain, a deserter. Years ago, Cut's transport had been shot down in one of the war's earliest skirmishes. Separated from his unit, presumed dead, he made a choice few could imagine. He removed his armor. He found a Twi'lek woman named Sue. He married her, raised her children, and when the war kept moving without him, Cut built a life that wasn't defined by orders or blasters, but by peace. Rex, loyal to the Republic and the Jedi, was appalled. Desertion was treason, but he couldn't ignore what he saw, a man not hiding, but living. Cut wasn't a coward. He had made a choice Rex couldn't comprehend, but couldn't fully condemn. The clones eventually cornered Grievous's position, but the general escaped once more. Still, the encounter left Rex shaken. He returned to the war, to the chain of command. But the question lingered, what did it mean to be a soldier if someone like Cut could be a father? While Saleucami simmered beneath questions of duty and identity, another kind of crisis gripped the heart of Coruscant. Master Tera Sinube, an elderly Jedi of slow speech and sharp mind, took Ahsoka Tano under his guidance after she lost her lightsaber in a moment of carelessness. It was stolen in the lower levels of the city, an environment as foreign to Jedi as it was familiar to thieves. For Ahsoka, the weapon was more than a tool. It was her responsibility, her symbol of trust, and without it, she felt exposed. Sinubei didn't scold her. He walked with her, quietly, patiently, through underworld alleys and old memories. He knew the city's secrets, its rhythms, the places Jedi rarely went. Together, they followed clues through crime dens, informants and scoundrels. Ahsoka grew frustrated with his pace, with the slowness of wisdom. But when the time came to act, Sinub struck with clarity. He tracked the thief to a train station, confronted him with calm defiance, and reclaimed Ahsoka's saber not with strength, but experience. The old master reminded her, losing the blade had been a mistake. Learning from it would make her better. It was a different kind of war they fought that day. Not against droids or Sith, but against distraction, against arrogance, against forgetfulness of what a Jedi truly was. 3 stories, woven together across space and silence. A Jedi captured, a clone who chose peace, a Padawan who forgot herself. And through them all, the war continued, not just in battles fought with troops, but in the hearts of those who questioned what came after the fighting ended. In a galaxy ablaze with war, the planet Mandalore had chosen a different path, one of neutrality, pacifism, and order. The days of Beskar-clad warriors storming battlefields were over, at least in the eyes of Duchess Satine Kryze, Mandalore's ruler and symbol of its rebirth. Her new Mandalorians rejected violence, distancing themselves from their planet's war-torn legacy. But legacies are not easily buried. In the shadows of the desert moon Concordia, a group of hardliners plotted a return to the old ways. They called themselves Death Watch. Clad in ancient armor and speaking in the voice of fire, they vowed to restore Mandalore's warrior culture, even if it meant burning the current regime to ash. The Jedi learned of their movement when rumors surfaced of Mandalorian involvement in a separatist plot. Obi-Wan Kenobi was dispatched to investigate. For him, this wasn't just diplomacy, it was personal. Years ago, he had spent time on Mandalore, assigned there during the Civil War. During that time, he and Satine had grown close, too close, and though neither of them had said it outright, their bond had never truly broken. Their reunion was tense. Satine, elegant and unflinching, accused the Republic of trying to drag Mandalore into the war. Obi-Wan, methodical and curious, sought only the truth. But when an assassination attempt shattered the formalities, it became clear someone wanted Satine dead. Obi-Wan's investigation led him to Concordia, the moon where Mandalorian warriors were supposedly exiled and decommissioned. There, under the cloak of civility, he uncovered a hidden army, Death Watch operatives training in secret, building weapons and awaiting their moment. Their leader, Pre Vizsla, a nobleman and orator, who wielded not just a vision, but a blade. The Darksaber, an ancient weapon passed down from Tare Vizsla, the first Mandalorian Jedi. Black as night and pulsing with energy, it symbolized power and heritage. Vizsla used it against Obi-Wan in a vicious duel, but the Jedi escaped, wounded, and more aware than ever that Mandalore's peace was a fragile illusion. Back on Coruscant, the battle for Mandalore shifted from blades to words. Satine addressed the Galactic Senate, pleading for respect of her planet's neutrality, but behind the scenes, machinations churned. Count Dooku, now revealed as Death Watch's secret benefactor, sent mercenaries and misinformation to undermine her. And in the Senate halls, corruption ran deep. Many senators, including even Padme's allies, believed Mandalore should fall under Republic protection, whether the Duchess wanted it or not. During their return to Coruscant, Satine and Obi-Wan shared stolen moments in the quiet of the ship. Between assassination attempts and tense diplomatic communiques, they spoke as people, not symbols. She asked if he would have left the Jedi Order had she asked him to. Obi-Wan hesitated and admitted yes. But she had never asked. The path not taken hung heavy between them. As political tensions escalated, Satine became the target of yet another plot. A Republic senator was murdered, and the blame pinned on her. Hunted and framed, she went underground in Coruscant's lower levels, pursued by Republic security forces acting on falsified orders. Obi-Wan disobeyed Council protocol to find her. Dodging gunships and droids, they uncovered the truth. The murder had been orchestrated by corrupt Republic officials seeking to justify intervention on Mandalore. Death Watch's actions had served as the spark, but the Republic's hawks were eager to fan the flames. In the final confrontation at the Senate, Satine presented evidence of the conspiracy. Her name was cleared, and the motion to occupy Mandalore was defeated. For now, peace returned to her world, but only on the surface. Obi-Wan left Mandalore behind, his heart divided between duty and something far more vulnerable. Satine returned to her throne, flanked by advisors, haunted by shadows she knew had not gone. Death Watch still lived, and Mandalore's future, whether forged in peace or flame, remained uncertain. The Jedi Order had made many enemies, but few as quietly determined or as heartbreakingly young as Boba Fett. On a Republic starship, cadets trained for future leadership, cloned children, all discipline and promise, laughing in unison beneath the cold white lights of Kamino-born tradition. Among them moved a boy with sharper eyes and a slower smile. He wasn't like the others. He was too quiet, too focused, and his name wasn't on the roster. Boba Fett had slipped into the clone youth program unnoticed, a perfect double for the others. But inside, he was not a brother. He was a hunter. His father, Jango Fett, had been the genetic source for every clone trooper in the Grand Army, and he had been killed by Jedi Master Mace Windu on Geonosis, beheaded before Boba's eyes. That moment had scorched itself into the boy's heart. The Republic saw Jango's death as a necessary act of war. Boba saw it as murder. And now, years later, he had embedded himself in the Jedi's war machine, carrying vengeance like a concealed blade. The opportunity came aboard the Endurance, a Venator-class star destroyer hosting a visit from Windu himself. Boba, masked by his cadet uniform and flanked by oblivious instructors, sabotaged the ship's systems, planted explosives, rerouted safety protocols. When Mace stepped into his quarters, the trap was sprung. The explosion tore through the corridor. Windu survived, barely, but the ship buckled under the assault, forcing an emergency evacuation. In the chaos, Boba fled with a small band of bounty hunters, including the ruthless Aurra Sing and Bossk. They escaped to the shadowy outer systems, where the law moved slower than blood. Back on Coruscant, Windu and Anakin Skywalker launched a pursuit. With the help of R2-D2, they sifted through wreckage and fragments, tracing energy signatures and listening to the story the ship's wounds were trying to tell. Windu, though injured, pressed forward, his calm cracking under the weight of guilt he did not speak aloud. Anakin, ever reckless, charged after clues with fiery resolve. Meanwhile, Boba's conscience began to fray. He wasn't a killer by instinct, not yet. But Aurra Sing was. She saw Boba as a tool, a weapon, and she wielded him with merciless efficiency. When they kidnapped clone hostages, survivors from the Endurance, and used them as bait to lure Windu into a trap, Boba began to falter. He wanted revenge, but he didn't want to be like them. As the Jedi closed in, Sing's tactics grew crueler. She forced Boba to make decisions no child should face: kill or be killed, obey or be discarded. R2-D2, dispatched alone to deliver a distress signal, dodged blaster fire and sabotage, proving once again that loyalty and courage weren't exclusive to living beings. Eventually, Windu and Anakin followed the trail to Florum, home to Hondo Ohnaka's pirate crew. Hondo, a man who straddled morality like a tightrope, had no love for Sing, but no great loyalty to the Jedi either. He offered counsel and chaos in equal measure, testing which side had more to offer. The final confrontation came in a sun-drenched canyon. Sing, cornered, refused surrender. She fought like a viper, graceful, venomous and fast, but was ultimately forced to flee, abandoning Boba without hesitation. She escaped into the horizon, a shadow among the rocks, and Boba, finally left alone with the consequences of his choices, surrendered. "I was only trying to kill the man who murdered my father," he said, voice trembling with fury and grief. Windu stood silent, the weight of that truth pressing down on him. He could offer no comfort, only custody. Boba Fett was taken into Republic detention, a child shaped not by nurture but by vengeance. He had failed to kill Windu, but in his failure he had marked the beginning of a legend. Not a warrior, not yet a bounty hunter, but something colder, something waiting. And as the Jedi walked away, returning to a war that bred orphans and enemies alike, none of them could say with certainty that this boy wouldn't return, with sharper weapons, deeper scars, and a name feared across every star. Mandalore stood apart, an island of declared neutrality amid a galaxy on fire. But peace is fragile, and corruption has no borders. The war hadn't come to Mandalore through armies or occupation. It came in shipments of spoiled food, in whispered deals behind closed doors, in quiet compromises made by officials, who believed no one was watching. Duchess Satine Kryze had fought to steer her people away from violence, but now she faced an invisible enemy, greed. Children were falling ill across the capital, Sundari. Black market goods had flooded into schools and homes, their origins obscured by forged documents and bureaucratic smokescreens. Satine, seeing the rot creep into her government, reached out to the only person she trusted beyond her planet, Padme Amidala. Padme arrived as a diplomat, but quickly became an investigator. Together, she and Satine followed the chain of corruption from import docks to medical centers. The trail led to high-ranking officials within Mandalore's own government, men who had smiled in Senate meetings and shaken hands in good faith. When confronted, they denied everything. When pressured, they attempted to silence her. But Satine did not yield. She exposed them on the floor of her own parliament, her voice steady even as her council fractured. The corrupt were arrested. The shipments stopped. But the cost of truth was higher than anyone wanted to admit. Satine's enemies grew bolder, and the illusion of neutrality continued to fray. Worried by the internal unrest, Satine requested assistance, not from the Republic, but from the Jedi. Not warriors, but guidance. In response, the Jedi sent Ahsoka Tano, not as a general but as a teacher. She arrived to instruct students at the Royal Academy of Government, where Mandalore's brightest young minds were being trained to lead. Among them was Satine's spirited niece, Duchess in training Korkie Kryze. Intelligent but idealistic, Korkie began noticing inconsistencies in government supply chains, missing resources, security officers turning blind eyes, people in power growing distant and defensive. With Ahsoka's subtle encouragement, Korkie and his classmates took it upon themselves to investigate. They discovered that the corruption had not been eradicated, it had only been bruised. A network of crooked officials still operated in secret, using their positions to profit off war shortages and planetary fear. The students risked arrest to gather evidence. They followed crates through security posts, eavesdropped on late-night meetings, and eventually confronted Prime Minister Almec himself, the very man who had once stood at Satine's side. He denied everything. Then he ordered them imprisoned. Korkie and his friends escaped and reached Ahsoka, who brought the truth to Satine. Together, they exposed Almec's crimes to the public. He was removed from power, his betrayal cutting deep, not just politically, but personally. Satine had trusted him. The corruption had been rooted out, this time, but peace felt more fragile than ever. In the quiet days that followed, Padme returned to Naboo. There, she was approached by Yoda with an unexpected task. A vision had warned of a coming threat. Aurra Singh, the assassin who had mentored Boba Fett, had returned, and she had a new target, Padme herself. The Council sent Ahsoka to protect her, but not as a soldier, as a shadow. Padme continued her senatorial duties, appearing at events and conferences, while Ahsoka moved quietly around her, eyes always scanning the crowd, senses reaching into corners of silence. She saw the assassin before the blaster fired. She chased Singh across rooftops and towers, deflecting sniper bolts, protecting Padme at every turn. They caught her in the end. But the warning had been clear. Even as Padme worked for peace, even as Satine tried to govern with integrity, the galaxy was fraying. Corruption didn't need droids or blasters to spread. It only needed doubt and time. In the back alleys of Coruscant, where neon signs flickered over spice dens and slicers whispered through backroom data hubs, a new scheme slithered into motion. The war had created its fair share of criminals, but some had thrived in its shadow from the start. Among them was Zero the Hutt, flamboyant, 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 and deadly. Zero, once imprisoned for colluding with Count Dooku in the kidnapping of Jabba's son, sat in the Republic's highest security prison. But his sentence was far from the end of his story. Buried in secret vaults were records of the Hutt Council's darkest dealings, blackmail that could collapse criminal empires if leaked, or turn the tide of war if placed in the right hands. Darth Sidious knew this, and so he hired someone who never failed, Cad Bane. While the Jedi were scattered across the galaxy, Bane slipped back to Coruscant with a new mission: secure a list of Force-sensitive children hidden in the Jedi archives. For that, he needed a slicer, and for that, he needed a distraction. Enter Protocol Droid C-3PO and Astromech R2-D2. Under the guise of preparation for a Senate banquet, Bane's henchmen lured the droids into a trap. 3PO was interrogated. R2 was copied. Blueprints of the Jedi Temple were extracted. The mission was precise, silent, and sinister, and the moment the files were obtained, Bane moved on to Phase 2. He returned to Coruscant with a squad of mercenaries, including the shapeshifter Cato Parasiti and the hulking Robonino. They attacked the Senate Tower in broad daylight, taking hostages with chilling speed. Senators, aides, and guards, all bound and silenced in the chamber. Their demand, Zero's release. Chancellor Palpatine resisted. The Jedi Council debated, but Padme Amidala, caught among the hostages, sent a secret signal, alerting Anakin Skywalker, who had left his lightsaber outside the chamber out of deference to diplomacy. Trapped and unarmed, he was forced to fight Bane's mercenaries with cunning and sheer physical skill. It wasn't enough. Despite his efforts, Bane secured Zero's release, escaping with his prize into the underworld, while Coruscant's guards looked on, shamed and outmaneuvered. The Jedi swore they would find him. But Zero wasn't content to be a pawn. He slipped from Bane's grasp and fled deep into Hutt space, into the jungle world of Nal Hutta and beyond. He sought refuge not from justice, but from his own kind. The Hutt Council, ashamed of Zero's recklessness and fearful of what he might reveal, issued a death sentence. And so began a chase, not just of law versus crime, but of criminal versus criminal. Jedi Knight Quinlan Vos was dispatched alongside Obi-Wan Kenobi to retrieve Zero. Vos, wild and unorthodox, was the antithesis of Kenobi's precision. Their partnership crackled with tension and improvisation as they tracked Zero's path across sleazy cantinas and criminal hideouts. They learned he had fled to Teth, back to the monastery where he once held Jabba's son hostage. There, they found Zero's lifeless body. A Hutt dagger protruded from his chest. No struggle, no witnesses. Only a name whispered among the trees: Cisnootles. The sultry lounge singer and Zero's former lover had carried out the hit at Jabba's behest. Beneath the glitter and melody, she had played everyone: Bane, the Jedi, the Hutts. She found Zero's hidden data cylinder and delivered it back to Jabba, ensuring the secrets of the Hutt cartel stayed buried in slime. Cad Bane vanished into the outer systems, unbothered by failure. The Jedi returned with questions but few answers, and in the throne room of Jabba the Hutt, the crime lord watched his power remain intact, his enemies dead, and his secrets once again sealed in blood. Justice, in this war, rarely wore white. Sometimes it wore sequins. The war had become routine. Clones deployed. Droids attacked. Jedi struck back. Planets were won, lost, then forgotten, filed under battle reports, while the wheels of galactic bureaucracy turned endlessly on Coruscant. But beneath that endless churn, the Senate had begun to fracture. Not between Republic and Separatist, but between those who wanted to keep the war going and those desperate to stop it. Padme Amidala stood in the middle. Once a queen, now a senator, she had watched too many friends die for a war that solved nothing. She saw the Republic losing its soul, shifting from defender to occupier, from guardian to dealer of war contracts. The Military Creation Act, pushed by hawkish senators and backed quietly by Chancellor Palpatine, would authorize the funding of more clone soldiers. Billions of credits, billions of lives to be sent to more battles. Padme stood against it. But diplomacy had become a performance. Her voice was lost beneath the thunder of fear and nationalism. She realized that to find truth, she would have to leave the glittering halls of the Senate entirely. She traveled to Raxus, capital of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Accompanied by Ahsoka Tano, she moved through enemy territory as a guest, not a spy. There, Padme reunited with Mina Bonteri, an old friend, now a senator of the Separatists. Their reunion was warm, but weighed by tragedy. Mina, like Padme, believed in peace. But unlike Padme, she had lost a son to the war. Lux Bonteri, now a teenager, stood by his mother with quiet intensity, watching the Jedi with wary eyes. The women spoke of reconciliation. They agreed the war could not end on the battlefield. It had to end in chambers and compromise. Mina proposed a motion within the Separatist parliament to open negotiations. It passed. But peace is dangerous to those who profit from war. As the proposal moved forward, Count Dooku struck from the shadows. Mina Bonteri was killed by an explosive, her death blamed on a Republic agent. The Senate on Raxus turned inward, enraged, and the Separatists withdrew their offer. Padme returned to Coruscant changed. She saw how close peace had been, and how deliberately it had been torn apart. Still, she tried again. As the Military Creation Act loomed, she fought to rally votes against it. Bail Organa, Mon Mothma, and other allies joined her. But the pressure was immense. Lobbyists, threats, bribes, every lever was pulled to ensure the war would continue. The Kaminoans lobbied openly. Palpatine remained publicly silent, privately encouraging escalation. Desperate, Padme confronted Senator Anaconda Farr, her longtime friend from Rhodia. He had switched sides, now supporting the bill he once opposed. When she pressed him, he broke, guilt-ridden, tired. He'd taken money to pay Rhodia's debts. He regretted it. Then he died, poisoned. The Senate mourned. But Padme knew it wasn't a tragedy, it was a message. With the help of Bail and Mon, she uncovered evidence. Farr had been silenced. Murdered by Senator Halle Bertoni of Kamino, a woman deeply invested in continued clone production. She feared Farr would reverse his vote. So she eliminated him. It wasn't war that killed him. It was corruption. The scandal rocked the Senate, but not enough to stop the bill. The Military Creation Act passed. The Republic would build more armies. More clones would march. The Jedi would keep fighting. Padme stood in the chamber and watched the votes tally. And still, she didn't stop. Because somewhere, amid the compromises and cover-ups, she still believed in peace. Not as an idea, but as a future worth fighting for, even if she had to do it alone. Far from the pristine halls of the Jedi Temple and the steel battlegrounds of the Clone Wars, there was a place where the Force flowed dark and ancient, a world of mists, roots, and blood. Dathomir. Here, the Night Sisters ruled. Clad in crimson, bound by ritual, they practiced magics older than Republic records could trace. They were not Sith, but neither were they Jedi. They were something older, wilder. And for Count Dooku, they were the key to vengeance. The betrayal began in the marble corridors of Sereno. Asajj Ventress had served Dooku for years, an assassin raised in darkness, forged through pain, and sharpened into the perfect weapon. But she was not a Sith. She was a tool, and when Darth Sidious looked too closely, he saw her growing strength as a threat. He ordered Dooku to discard her. Dooku obeyed. During a battle over the planet Sullust, Dooku ordered Ventress's ship to be destroyed mid-mission. She survived. Barely. Her escape pod drifted into space, her body broken, her heart split not by surprise but by fury. She fled to the only place that had ever truly claimed her. Dathomir. Mother Talzin welcomed her daughter home with eerie calm. The Night Sisters performed ancient rites to heal her, painting her flesh with ash and calling the spirits to mend her bones. But the healing was not just physical, it was ritual, it was rebirth. Asajj shed the armor of Dooku's pet and embraced her true lineage, and she wanted revenge. Talzin agreed to help. Their plan was bold: infiltrate Dooku's castle and kill him in his sleep. But first, they needed a blade sharp enough to pierce a Sith Lord's defenses. And so they created one. From the slave pits of Ratatak, the Night Sisters chose a Zabrak, savage oppress. He was strong but undisciplined, a brute. That wasn't enough. The Night Sisters bathed him in spells, wrapped him in mist, broke him down, and rebuilt him with incantations and ichor. They amplified his rage, enlarged his muscles, sealed his identity behind layers of magical obedience. He emerged transformed, taller, stronger, colder. A monster given purpose. Savage pledged loyalty to Ventress and the Night Sisters. They armed him and sent him to Sereno. Dooku took him in, unaware of the deception. He trained Savage quickly, delighted by his power. Savage served well, brutal, efficient, unquestioning, until the moment Ventress returned. Together, the three collided in a force-drenched storm of betrayal. Dooku fought with Sith lightning and arrogance, Ventress with speed and vengeance, Savage with blind rage. But the Night Sisters had miscalculated. Savage, overwhelmed by conflicting commands and driven by primitive fury, turned on them all. He fled, roaring into the stars, now a weapon without a master. The Jedi took notice. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker tracked Savage's bloody trail across the galaxy. Dead Jedi, broken temples, shattered outposts. The carnage was directionless but devastating. The Council feared a new Sith. They feared a resurgence. They followed the trail to Dathomir. There, Mother Talzin told them little, cloaking her truth in riddles and fog. But in private, she reached for Savage once more, this time not to command him, but to fulfill a promise she had long kept hidden. "Your brother lives," she told him. The words echoed like prophecy. Savage left Dathomir not as a servant, but as a seeker. He would find his kin, the one who had come before, the first of the Night Brothers to rise. Darth Maul, long thought dead, consumed by vengeance, buried beneath Naboo. But the Force had not let him go. And soon, the galaxy would remember his name. The war had torn open rifts across the galaxy, between friends, between ideals, between light and dark. But there were some wounds even the Force could not heal. Some truths it dared only whisper. And when that whisper became a call, the Jedi followed it. Into the unknown. A strange signal echoed from deep space, coded in the voice of a long-lost Jedi Master, one who had been dead for years. No beacon should have survived that long. No message should have reached them. Yet Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano answered it. Their ship was drawn from hyperspace, like a leaf caught in a whirlpool. The stars blinked out. Sensors failed. Then light consumed them. And they awoke. Not in the galaxy, but on Mortis, a world unlike any other. Its sky split between endless day and eternal night. Its landscape shifted like a dream, trees blooming and withering in a single breath. Time bent. The Force sang in the soil. Here, the rules of the galaxy held no power, and those who ruled it were beyond comprehension. Three beings emerged. The daughter, gentle, luminous, a vessel of the light side. The son, brooding, volcanic, a creature of shadow and ambition. And the father, ancient, weary, the one who bound them both. Together, they were the embodiment of balance. For eons, the father had kept his children in check, preventing the dark from consuming the light, or the light from erasing the dark. But now, his strength waned, and he had summoned Anakin for a purpose, the chosen one, the one destined to bring balance. The father tested him, presenting a choice. Could Anakin control both the daughter and the son, bend the Force itself into harmony? In a single trial, he did. Neither child could resist him. The father saw it. Anakin held the potential to restore balance across the galaxy. But potential is not destiny. The son saw in Anakin a kindred soul. He whispered of fate, of fear, of power misused. He lured Ahsoka into his grasp, twisted her with poison drawn from Mortis itself, and turned her into a vessel of rage. She fought her master with blood in her eyes and death in her hands. Anakin was forced to subdue her, heart torn open. And in her dying moments, the daughter, wounded while defending the father, offered her remaining life to save Ahsoka. She became a channel, a sacrifice. Her light passed into the young Padawan, a life exchanged for a life. But the balance had been broken. The son, now unchecked, sought to escape Mortis, to unleash his power on the galaxy. He tempted Anakin again, showing him visions, terrible, shattering visions of what would come to pass. Padme's death, the rise of the Empire, the slaughter of the Jedi, his fall. Anakin screamed against it, denied it. But the vision clung to him like fire. For a moment, he gave in. He joined the son. But the father intervened. With a quiet sorrow, he erased the vision from Anakin's mind. The chosen one's future could not be decided here. He had to find it himself. The father, seeing that his time had ended, took his own life, removing the anchor that held the son's power in check. And in his grief, the son prepared to unleash devastation. Anakin stopped him. With the dagger of Mortis, he struck the son down, just as the father had intended. The balance could not be maintained by immortals. It had to be earned, and now Mortis would fade. Its story unspoken. The Jedi awoke aboard their ship, restored to the moment they'd left, as if no time had passed. But everything had changed. They could not remember what they had seen, not fully. Just flickers, echoes, a breath of ash, a flash of light, a name whispered in darkness. Anakin Skywalker, the chosen one, bound by fate, balanced between absolutes, and walking a path that would one day shatter the stars. War demanded heroes, but sometimes it also demanded the forgotten. Jedi Master Even Piel had gone missing, captured during a mission deep within Separatist space. But this was no ordinary imprisonment. Piel was being held in the Citadel, a prison built before the Clone Wars for one purpose, to hold Jedi. Carved into the jagged cliffs of Lola Sayu, the Citadel was more fortress than prison, a monolith of obsidian stone and deadly automation. It was surrounded by lethal defenses, ray shields, droid patrols, seismic sensors and mines, and governed by a cold mechanical warden named Osi Sobek, whose paranoia was matched only by his cruelty. And the reason for Piel's capture made his rescue a top priority. He carried half of a vital set of hyperspace coordinates, data, that, if delivered to the Separatists, could give them access to the Nexus route, a secret hyperspace passage through the galaxy's core. His officer, Captain Tarkin, carried the other half. To reach them, the Jedi needed to do what they never had before, break into the most secure prison in the galaxy. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and a hand-picked squad of clone troopers volunteered for the mission. Joining them was Ahsoka Tano, who wasn't assigned but snuck aboard, refusing to let Anakin go without her. He let her stay. He always did. To infiltrate the Citadel, they faked their own deaths. Carbonite freezing, a process brutal and dangerous, allowed them to pass through the prison's lifeform scanners. Carried in by droid commandos and thawed inside the fortress, they began their assault from within. What followed was a siege from the inside out. They fought through electrified corridors and droid gauntlets. Clone troopers scaled walls under fire, slicing into control panels while assassin probes hunted them like wolves. The Citadel was alive, and it did not want to be breached. They found Piel and Tarkin, wounded but alive. But with every step toward escape, the fortress struck back. Hallways closed behind them. Elevators turned into traps. Droid reinforcements arrived in endless waves. And Osi Sobek, watching from his control tower, grew more unhinged by the hour. Tarkin, ever the pragmatist, clashed with the Jedi at every turn. He valued results over ideals. He questioned Ahsoka's presence, doubted Obi-Wan's caution, and argued with Anakin constantly. Yet in him, Anakin saw something disturbingly familiar. Resolve that crossed lines. A ruthless sense of order. The escape plan unraveled. Transports were shot down. The terrain beyond the prison was worse. Jagged cliffs, lava flows, and open sky filled with separatist blockades. Clone after clone fell. Echo died shielding his brothers from an explosion, his armor shattering in fire. His loss rippled through the squad like a silent quake. Still, they pressed forward. Eventually, they reached the rendezvous point, where Jedi Master Plo Koon arrived with reinforcements to cover the extraction. But it came at a cost. Even Peel was mortally wounded, defending the group during the final skirmish. As he lay dying, he entrusted his half of the coordinates to Ahsoka, not Anakin, not Obi-Wan, not Tarkin. He had seen in her not just promise, but wisdom. And she carried that burden without hesitation. Back on Coruscant, the data was handed over to the Republic. The mission was deemed a success. But Ahsoka had seen what the cost of such missions truly was. And Anakin had seen, once again, how men like Tarkin could rise in a war where results trumped empathy. The Citadel had fallen, but something colder had been let loose, not a prisoner, a future. The war raged far from the stars above Felucia, but in the forests below, the battle Ahsoka Tano faced had nothing to do with armies. During a mission with Anakin Skywalker to clear out separatist forces hidden in Felucia's vibrant fungal landscape, Ahsoka was separated in the chaos of a retreat. One moment she was fighting droids, the next she was gone. Vanished. Not captured by the droids, but something worse. Hunters. Trandoshan slavers had been watching the Jedi for days. Silent in the trees, cloaked in jungle shadow, they waited for a moment of weakness. When it came, they struck like predators from myth, stunning Ahsoka, dragging her unconscious body aboard their ship, and vanishing into the void before anyone could track them. She awoke not in a cell, but a cage suspended in midair. The sky outside was red. The ground far below was jagged and lethal. Around her were other cages, some empty, some not, and when the doors opened, she fell onto the forest floor of a vast hunting reserve, one that orbited a distant star. This was no prison. It was sport. The Trandoshans released their captives into the wild, then hunted them down for trophies. Ahsoka quickly found herself among survivors, other Padawans who had been captured long ago and left to fend for themselves. There was Khalifa, quiet and composed, Omer, watchful and hesitant, and Jinx, fierce but broken by time. They had survived by hiding, scavenging, running, but they had stopped fighting. Until now. Ahsoka brought something back to them they hadn't known they'd lost: purpose. She refused to run. She refused to die on someone else's terms. And her presence reawakened the Jedi in them. Together, they began to strike back. They set traps in the undergrowth. They turned predator into prey, using terrain and timing to outwit the Trandoshans. One by one, they reclaimed the forest as their own. But it came at a cost. Khalifa was killed in an ambush, dying in Ahsoka's arms. Her last words a whisper of thanks for hope returned. And then, the Wookiee arrived, Chewbacca. He had been captured from Kashyyyk and thrown into the same cruel game. Larger than any of them, powerful and clever, Chewbacca was a force all his own. Ahsoka quickly allied with him, and using a salvaged communicator and sheer grit, they built a plan not just for survival, but escape. They launched an assault on the Hunter's compound, overwhelming it with coordination, strength, and fury. The younger Jedi struck from the shadows. Chewbacca tore through guards, and Ahsoka climbed the tower to face the ringleader of the Trandoshan clan, Dar, a hunter who viewed Jedi as the ultimate prize. They fought high above the trees, blasters and claws against a single lightsaber. Ahsoka, unyielding, sent him plummeting to the jungle below. Then came the roar of starships. Chewbacca's distress call had reached Kashyyyk. A Wookiee rescue party arrived, flanked by Republic gunships. The sky opened with salvation. Ahsoka and the survivors were carried home, not in defeat, but in quiet triumph. She returned to Anakin changed, not because she had failed, but because she had led, not with orders, but with strength earned in the deepest dark. And for Anakin, seeing her again was joy, tempered by fear. Because he knew, deep down, that every day this war dragged on, it took his Padawan closer to an edge he could not predict. Not the edge of failure, but the edge of becoming a leader. Beneath the luminous waves of Mon Cala, a world teeming with aquatic splendor and deep political divisions, the tides of the Clone Wars surged into one of the most visually arresting and thematically complex conflicts yet. Mon Cala, home to the noble Mon Calamari and the powerful Quarren, was no stranger to unrest. For years, peace was tenuously held by King Yos Collina, a ruler respected by both species. But when he was found mysteriously murdered, a power vacuum opened, and with it, the storm of war. The Republic was called to intervene when tensions between the Mon Calamari and the Quarren erupted into open hostilities. The young Prince Li Shah, son of the late king, found himself thrust into the role of leader before he was ready, and his inexperience left many uneasy, especially the Quarren, who doubted his ability to rule with fairness. The Separatists, ever opportunistic, saw fertile ground for manipulation. With subtle provocations and the backing of a massive droid army led by Rif Tamson, a brutal, shark-like commander, the Quarren were pushed into revolt. The Jedi responded quickly. Anakin Skywalker and Padawan Ahsoka Tano were dispatched alongside Captain Akbar and a contingent of clone scuba troopers, specially trained and equipped for underwater combat. The depths of Mon Cala became a new kind of battlefield, murky, three-dimensional, and fraught with danger from all sides. The Republic's forces struggled to adapt to the environment, their technology clunky and sluggish compared to the swift separatist droids and native sea creatures turned into living weapons. Despite these challenges, Anakin's leadership and Ahsoka's adaptability made an immediate impact. Their presence gave heart to Prince Li Shah, whose bravery began to emerge as he witnessed the courage of the Jedi and the devotion of his people. The prince, still grieving his father, was determined to prove himself worthy of the crown. But war would not wait for him to mature. The Separatists struck swiftly, forcing the Republic into a desperate defense of Mon Cala's capital city. Underwater warfare proved unpredictable and treacherous. Blaster fire shimmered through the currents, and the battlefield spanned coral fortresses, glowing trenches, and deep aquatic caverns. The clone troopers, though trained for 1,000 forms of warfare, struggled to keep pace with the Separatists' relentless siege. Rif Tamson was merciless in his tactics, targeting not just military infrastructure, but the will of the people themselves. In the face of this onslaught, the tide turned once more with the unexpected arrival of reinforcements from the Gungan Grand Army. Jar Jar Binks, of all people, had played a pivotal role in securing their aid, demonstrating that in galactic conflict, even the most underestimated figures could shift the course of history. The Gungans, accustomed to underwater fighting, provided the surge of momentum the Republic desperately needed. Their energy shields and coordinated strikes drove back the droid forces, allowing the Republic and Mon Calamari to regroup. But the victory was short-lived. The Separatists, unwilling to lose their foothold, captured Li Shah and a large number of Republic and Gungan forces. The prince became a prisoner in his own kingdom, paraded through coral streets as a symbol of failed resistance. Anakin and Padme, who had joined the diplomatic mission, were also captured, adding weight to the Separatists' hostage stockpile. In the captivity of the Separatists, Li Shah was tested in ways no ceremony or training could have prepared him for. Rif Tamson took every opportunity to demean and threaten him, trying to break his spirit and shatter any dreams of leadership. But the prince proved resilient. Inspired by the courage of Ahsoka, who stayed by his side during captivity, and by the whispered hope still flickering among his people, he began to understand that being a ruler meant more than wearing a crown. It meant standing tall even when shackled, speaking out even when silenced. With covert assistance from Akbar and the remaining resistance, Li Shah orchestrated a bold escape. The underwater tunnels and twisting coral formations of Mon Cala became their allies as they evaded patrols and rallied hidden pockets of resistance. In the final confrontation, the prince confronted Tamson face to face. When the Separatist commander was ultimately slain, shredded by explosive charges planted by his own hubris, Li Shah stood not as a boy pretending to be king, but as a leader forged in the crucible of war. With the Quarren recognizing the prince's bravery and vision, and with the droid army routed, a tentative peace was brokered once again on Mon Cala. The Republic's presence, though costly, had saved a world from descending into full-scale civil war, and the unlikely alliance between Gungans and Mon Calamari stood as a rare glimmer of unity in a galaxy fraying at the edges. But while the depths of Mon Cala settled into uneasy calm, the ripples of conflict reached the surface elsewhere. On Naboo, whispers of discontent stirred again. A new threat emerged in the form of a Gungan general named Binks. No, not Jar Jar this time, but a warlike faction exploiting the weakened boundaries between Republic and Separatist territory. When Boss Leonie, leader of the Gungan High Council, began calling for violent action against Naboo's human population, Padme Amidala and Anakin knew something was deeply wrong. Upon investigation, they uncovered a sinister plot. Leonie was being manipulated through Sith magic, his mind twisted by a dark influence wielded by General Grievous himself. The ploy was designed to incite war between the Gungans and Naboo, destabilizing one of the Republic's most loyal worlds. Jar Jar, once again placed in an uncomfortably pivotal position, was called upon to impersonate Leonie and prevent a diplomatic catastrophe. His performance, awkward, bumbling, and entirely authentic, delayed the assault long enough for the Jedi to intervene. What followed was an unexpected confrontation. General Grievous versus General Tarpals, the brave Gungan warrior who stood his ground against the cyborg warlord. The duel was short but fierce, and in a final act of bravery, Tarpals sacrificed himself to bring Grievous down. The Republic captured the Separatist general, marking a rare moment of leverage in the Clone Wars. But Dooku, cold and calculating, wasted no time. He kidnapped Anakin Skywalker in retaliation, forcing the Republic into a grim prisoner exchange. The release of Grievous in return for Anakin underscored the cruel pragmatism of war. Victories were fleeting, and every triumph carried a cost. As the waters of Mon Cala returned to relative calm, and as Naboo's balance was tentatively restored, the Jedi could only reflect on how swiftly peace could be corrupted, how even victories felt incomplete. Li Shar had become a king, Tarpals a martyr, and Jar Jar, against all odds, a hero twice over. But the war pressed on, relentless as the tide, pulling every corner of the galaxy into its depths. As the Clone Wars surged across the galaxy, not every mission involved lightsabers and blaster fire. Sometimes, diplomacy required a gentler hand, or at least a lighter footprint, and into that role stepped two of the Republic's most unassuming agents, C-3PO and R2-D2. Their partnership, forged through years of mutual exasperation and loyalty, had survived many battles and bizarre detours. Now, assigned a humanitarian task, they were dispatched to Aleen, a small planet suffering the consequences of seismic devastation. The Republic cruiser descended into the crumbling city, where native Alina pleaded for aid. The surface was cracked and broken, the sky heavy with smoke and dust. Beneath the chaos, something deeper stirred. Literally, the earthquakes were not natural, and the ground itself seemed alive with distress. The Jedi accompanying the relief effort quickly discovered that the tremors were caused by a breach between the surface world and a hidden, ancient civilization dwelling in vast caverns far below. While the Jedi delved into negotiations and sealed the fissures to restore planetary stability, C-3PO and R2-D2, tasked with cataloging supplies and managing logistical support, found themselves swept into their own underground journey. They stumbled upon the subterranean beings who lived in darkness, their ecosystem threatened by the disruption above. As always, R2's curiosity dragged them forward, while C-3PO's protocol instincts tried desperately to maintain order and etiquette. Navigating bioluminescent tunnels and strange rituals, the droids inadvertently played a key role in re-establishing harmony between the surface and the underground. Though they lacked weapons or strength, their communication skills and unassuming presence helped broker trust. Once the crisis passed, they returned topside, having made yet another quiet contribution to galactic peace, overlooked by most, but vital all the same. Their next mission, however, plunged them into something far more chaotic. A simple return to the Republic cruiser turned into a bizarre odyssey when their ship was attacked mid-transit. Ejected in an escape pod, the droids crash-landed on a wild succession of planets, each more surreal than the last. Their misadventure became a strange detour through the weirdest corners of the galaxy, as they attempted to rejoin the war effort while surviving absurd encounters. On a planet ruled by miniature tyrants, R2-D2 was mistaken for a god, while C-3PO was condemned to servitude. On another world, a mechanical dictator ruled a populace of droids, demanding complete obedience and crushing any hint of rebellion. Though reluctant heroes, the pair sparked revolutions simply by refusing to follow the expected script. R2 with his courage and ingenuity, C-3PO with his tendency to insult his captors and panic at the worst moments. Each world offered new absurdities: floating royal palaces, malfunctioning automata with delusions of grandeur, and even an encounter with a terrifying child who collected droids like toys. Through it all, the contrast between R2-D2's brave defiance and C-3PO's reluctant dignity made them the perfect pair, one pushing ever forward, the other desperately trying to hold on to decorum. Eventually, with the help of chance and R2's resourcefulness, they managed to transmit a signal and were recovered by Republic forces. Their return was met with mild surprise and even milder appreciation, their long journey reduced to a footnote in military dispatches. But for R2-D2 and C-3PO, it was just another chapter in a long, strange trip through the galaxy, a journey not defined by blasters or battlefields, but by wit, loyalty, and the quiet bravery of never giving up, no matter how ridiculous things became. Cloaked in perpetual shadow and dense bioluminescent fog, the planet Umbara loomed like a ghost on the galactic map. Known as the Shadow World, it was a bastion of separatist power, protected by atmospheric interference that blocked most long-range scanners and communications. Taking Umbara would require more than firepower. It would demand precision, coordination, and unshakable trust between commanders and their troops. But as the 501 Stones Legion descended onto its haunted surface, none of them could have anticipated that the greatest danger wouldn't come from the enemy, it would come from within their own ranks. Anakin Skywalker, leading the assault as he had so many before, landed with his clones under heavy fire. Umbaran technology was unlike anything they had encountered: eerie pulse weapons, crab-like tanks, and shadowy fighter craft that moved as if alive. The enemy was embedded in the jungle mist, silent and swift, their defenses stretching into the strange glowing distance. Still, Anakin's command was crisp and effective. His bond with his men, especially Captain Rex and the clone troopers of the 501 Stones, was forged in shared struggle and mutual loyalty. But that bond was suddenly tested when Anakin was unexpectedly recalled to Coruscant. The 501 Stones' new commanding officer arrived almost immediately, Jedi General Pong Krell. Towering and broad-shouldered, with 4 arms and twin lightsabers, Krell was everything Anakin was not: rigid, authoritarian, and utterly dismissive of individuality among the clones. Where Anakin fought beside his men, Krell viewed them as tools of war. He barked orders from the rear, demanded blind obedience, and belittled the initiative and morale that had made the 501st so effective. Krell's first move was a frontal assault against a fortified Umbaran position. Through a narrow canyon, without air support, and with no opportunity for reconnaissance. It was suicide. The clones followed orders, because they always followed orders, but the cost was staggering. The Umbaran defenses chewed through the advancing troops. Lives were lost in waves, and every inch gained was soaked in sweat and blood. Rex, deeply unsettled, began to question whether their new general understood the terrain or cared about the men he was leading. Tension simmered as Krell's tactics grew more brutal. He rejected strategy in favor of brute force, ignoring clone advice and actively punishing those who offered alternatives. Troopers like Fives and Hardcase, brave and outspoken, were reprimanded for questioning suicidal commands. When they asked to take captured enemy starfighters and mount a stealth attack, avoiding needless casualties, Krell denied the plan outright. Innovation to him was insubordination, but the clones weren't machines. They were men, thinking, feeling, loyal to each other and to the Republic. Fives and Jesse, disobeying orders, carried out the stealth mission anyway, using Umbaran tech to infiltrate and destroy a key separatist supply ship. Their success was undeniable, but Krell responded with fury. He ordered their arrest and prepared to court-martial them for treason. Rex stood at the center of the storm, torn between his duty to obey and his loyalty to his brothers. When he tried to plead with Krell for leniency, he was met with cold contempt. Then came the final, most horrifying twist. As the 501st pushed deeper into Umbara's capital, Krell ordered the clones to attack a group of disguised Umbaran forces moving through a sector of the city. Rex led the charge, but when the smoke cleared and helmets were removed, the truth sank in like poison. The enemy they had attacked were fellow clones. The 212th Battalion, under General Kenobi, had been maneuvering through the same zone. Krell had turned brother against brother. The battlefield went silent as the weight of what had happened sank in. Shock gave way to rage. Rex's voice trembled as he spoke. He'd followed orders, and those orders had led to the deaths of his own comrades. The clones' faith in their general shattered. For the first time, they began to speak openly of betrayal, and in secret, they prepared for mutiny. Dogma, one of Krell's most loyal followers, resisted at first. To him, orders were sacred, structure absolute. But even he could no longer deny the cost. Fives, Jesse and Rex confronted Krell directly, demanding answers, and found something far darker than arrogance. Krell, it turned out, was not simply misguided. He had fallen. He had foreseen the Republic's collapse and the Jedi's extinction, and he had chosen to side with the Sith. Not openly, not yet, but through chaos. He had fed clones into the meat grinder, not to win battles, but to weaken the Republic from within. Each death served his twisted vision of power. His betrayal was cold, calculating, and deeply personal. He had used the clones' loyalty against them. With the truth revealed, Rex and his men set a trap to capture Krell. Even stripped of command, Krell was a monster on the battlefield. His dual lightsabers spun in deadly arcs, his brute strength and force mastery overwhelming. Clones fell trying to bring him down. He mocked them as he fought, belittled their struggle, taunted them for their obedience. To him, they were always just clones, disposable, replaceable. But they proved him wrong. Through sheer coordination, grit, and the strength of their bond, the clones succeeded in subduing him. Bound and disarmed, Krell was imprisoned, but his venom didn't stop. He laughed at their morality, their pain, and their need for justice. Rex, torn between duty and justice, hesitated to deliver the sentence. In the end, it was Dogma, once Krell's staunchest supporter, who executed him, silencing the traitor and breaking free from blind obedience. As the mists of Umbara began to lift and the capital fell to Republic control, the victory felt hollow. The cost had been enormous, not just in lives but in faith. The clones had confronted something darker than the enemy, the fragility of trust, and the reality that the war could consume even their leaders. Rex, changed forever, walked away with eyes open. He no longer saw the war in terms of good generals and bad ones, or simple orders and battles. He saw people, fallible, corruptible, and sometimes brave beyond measure. Umbara was one, but the light that should have followed the end of that campaign never came. The shadow of betrayal lingered in the hearts of every clone who survived it. And though they returned to the war as soldiers, a quiet rebellion had taken root, one that would only grow as the Republic moved closer to its tragic end. The war-torn galaxy, already fractured by ideology and bloodshed, concealed darker industries beneath its surface, ones not waged with armies but with chains. In the outer rim, whispers had begun to surface of entire populations vanishing, civilizations stripped of their freedom, and ancient institutions rising again. Among these, the Zygerian slave empire, once crushed by the Jedi, was rumbling back to life, fueled by separatist alliances and a desire for vengeance. When the people of Kiros, a peaceful artistic colony of Togruta, were found missing en masse, not killed, not fled, but vanished without a trace, the Jedi Council knew something insidious was afoot. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, Ahsoka Tano and Rex were dispatched to investigate. What they found confirmed their worst fears. The entire colony had been enslaved. The Zygerians, emboldened and armed by Count Dooku, were rebuilding their empire using separatist protection and freshly shackled labor. Their arrival on Kiros was marked by tension. The city was perfectly preserved, untouched by violence, yet eerily empty. It was a ghost town of art and culture, abandoned not by choice but by force. Droids lay in wait, and the Jedi fought their way through carefully laid ambushes designed to stall them. Beneath the surface, they found evidence of mass abductions and hidden transport tunnels. Anakin, who bore the deep personal scars of slavery from his own childhood, felt the sting of these revelations more keenly than anyone. Their mission led them to the slaver world of Zygeria, a place of opulence built on cruelty, where the strong ruled with whips and collars, and the cries of the enslaved were drowned in the roar of colosseums. Disguised as potential buyers, Anakin and Obi-Wan infiltrated the heart of Zygerian society. Ahsoka, posing as a captured slave, was meant to provide inside intelligence. But the plan began to unravel almost immediately. The Queen of Zygeria, a fierce and cunning ruler named Mirage Sintel, quickly identified Anakin's falsehoods, but rather than execute him, she sought to seduce him. Her aim was to twist his power and anger into allegiance, believing she could lure the Jedi Knight to her cause. She admired his strength and sensed something dark beneath the surface, an affinity for control, for dominance, perhaps even a buried kinship with the very empire she hoped to restore. For Anakin, the offer was revolting and disturbingly tempting. But his focus remained on the mission, on freeing the slaves and dismantling the Zygerian operation. Obi-Wan, however, was captured and brutally tortured, hung in chains before crowds to break both his body and spirit, an example to any who might resist. He endured it without surrender, channeling the calm of his training even as pain racked his body. Ahsoka, meanwhile, rallied enslaved Togruta beneath the arena, her bond with them deepening as she reminded them of who they were before the chains. Her courage ignited their resistance. The rescue exploded into chaos. Anakin, finally turning on Queen Sintel, battled Zygerian guards in the throne room, freeing Obi-Wan even as alarms rang out through the city. The slaves, led by Ahsoka and Rex, rose up from the pits and workhouses, seizing weapons, fighting back. Queen Sintel, cornered and defeated, refused to surrender. She was killed not by Anakin, but by Count Dooku's assassin, Darts Dinar, who had been watching from the shadows. With her usefulness expired, the separatists erased their partner without hesitation. But the slaves were not yet free. Most had been relocated from Zygeria to the hellish world of Kadavo, a desolate factory moon designed to crush will and extract labor. Massive spires loomed above electrified holding pits, and shock collars ensured complete obedience. It was a place designed to erase identity, to reduce sentient beings to property. Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Ahsoka followed the trail there, plunging once again into the darkest corners of the galaxy. Kadavo was not simply a prison. It was a symbol of how far the Republic had allowed its enemies to stretch. What they found was worse than expected. Thousands of Togruta labored under horrific conditions, guarded by monstrous slavers and separatist droids. Any disobedience was met with public punishment. Children were forced to work. Hope was the first casualty. Infiltrating Kadavo required precision and fury. The Jedi split their efforts. Ahsoka coordinated with local resistance and clone reinforcements, while Anakin and Obi-Wan launched a two-pronged assault on the facility. The fighting was brutal. Blaster fire echoed through metallic halls, while explosions lit the crimson sky above. Anakin, fueled by rage and haunted memories of his own enslavement, struck with unrelenting force, dismantling guard towers and shattering the chains that bound the captives. At the facility's heart stood Darts Dinar, the sadistic overseer. Arrogant and cruel, he believed the Jedi's compassion made them weak. He was wrong. Anakin subdued him in a furious duel, while Obi-Wan deactivated the shock grid, threatening to kill the slaves if the guards lost control. The moment the power grid went offline, the uprising began in earnest. Slaves turned on their captors, seizing weapons, dragging the guards down with righteous fury. The Jedi barely escaped as the facility collapsed in on itself, the screams of slavers drowned out by the roar of freedom. The mission ended not with a parade or medals, but with silence. The Togruta, finally free, began to rebuild their shattered lives. Ahsoka watched them from a distance, recognizing the resilience in their eyes. Obi-Wan nursed his wounds in quiet contemplation. Anakin stood apart, staring into the horizon of Kadavo with something simmering behind his eyes, not triumph, but unresolved anger. Every chain he had broken reminded him of the ones that had once held him, and perhaps, somewhere deep inside, the feeling of power in destroying those chains gave him a thrill he would never admit aloud. Back in the Republic, news of the Slaver Empire's fall stirred both hope and dread. The victory proved the Jedi's reach, but also exposed how much cruelty had gone unchecked. And yet, for a brief moment, the galaxy breathed easier. The Zygerian slave empire had been shattered again. Thousands were free. The Jedi had done their duty. But as with so many victories in the Clone Wars, the scars ran deep, and the echoes of this battle would return in ways none of them could yet foresee. Far from the battlegrounds, on the neutral moon of Karlak, a final thread unfolded. Lux Bonteri, son of the separatist Senator Mina Bonteri and once a friend to Ahsoka, emerged from hiding. His mother's assassination by Dooku had radicalized him, and now he sought justice through extreme means. Aligning himself with the Death Watch, Mandalorian insurgents hungry for power, Lux intended to strike back at the Sith from within. Ahsoka, drawn to Lux by friendship and a sense of responsibility, tracked him to Karlak and discovered the truth. The Death Watch, though temporarily allied with Lux, showed their true colors quickly. Their leader, Pre Vizsla, ordered the burning of a village and the execution of innocents. Ahsoka was captured, her lightsabers stripped, forced to watch as the violence escalated. Lux's plan unraveled in his hands, but courage sparked resistance. With the help of a servant girl named Bo-Katan, whose motives remained murky, Ahsoka escaped, reclaimed her weapons, and fought her way out. Lux, disillusioned by Death Watch's brutality, left with her, now understanding that vengeance could not be bought through alliances with monsters. Though the mission was small in scope, the seeds planted on Karlak would grow into a storm. Bo-Katan, the Death Watch, Mandalore, it would all rise again. But for now, Ahsoka and Lux vanished into the stars, carrying with them the knowledge that even personal wars had consequences, and that freedom, no matter how small the victory, was always worth the fight. War demands sacrifice, but sometimes it demands a total erasure of identity. As the Clone Wars grew darker and the Separatists' plots more elaborate, the Jedi Order found themselves pressed into moral gray zones, making decisions that blurred the very lines they once vowed to uphold. Nowhere was this more evident than in one of their most dangerous gambits, the decision to fake the death of Obi-Wan Kenobi, and embed him deep undercover within the ranks of galactic criminals in order to uncover a conspiracy aimed at assassinating Chancellor Palpatine himself. The plot began with a sniper's shot. A Republic senator was struck down in broad daylight, a warning that no one was untouchable. The Jedi learned of an assassin for hire named Rako Hardeen, a bounty hunter with a reputation for cold efficiency. Intelligence suggested he had been contracted to kill more high-profile targets, perhaps even Palpatine. But Hardeen was not easily traceable, and the Jedi needed to draw out those orchestrating the plot from the shadows. So, a deception was born. Obi-Wan's death was orchestrated in full view of witnesses, including Anakin Skywalker, who was not informed of the plan. A staged confrontation between Kenobi and Hardeen ended in a fatal shot, with Kenobi falling to the ground. In reality, the Jedi Master had submitted to a radical physical alteration. His face and voice were changed to mimic Hardeen's, his very presence in the Force cloaked by meditation and suppression. Obi-Wan was no longer Obi-Wan. He was Rako Hardeen now, a stranger to the Republic and to Anakin. The grief and rage Anakin felt at Obi-Wan's death were real, and the Jedi Council used it to sell the deception. His pain became a mask, allowing Kenobi's cover to take root. Yet in that pain, the seeds of mistrust began to grow. Anakin had been left in the dark, his emotions manipulated by those who were supposed to guide him. Kenobi, under the guise of Hardeen, was arrested and thrown into a brutal Republic prison, where he came into contact with his intended marks. Moralo Eval, a cunning, sharp-featured mastermind with ties to Count Dooku, and Cad Bane, the galaxy's most infamous bounty hunter. Bane's presence meant the stakes were sky-high. Any misstep would cost Kenobi his life, and possibly blow the entire mission. Life inside the prison was ruthless. Kenobi had to play the part of Hardeen with perfect conviction, fighting off other inmates, proving his brutality, and even earning the distrust and eventual respect of Cad Bane. Eval, convinced of Hardeen's credentials after a staged jailbreak, included him in his escape plan. The trio broke out of the prison in a violent riot, hijacking a transport and fleeing Republic space. As they vanished into the underworld, Kenobi's trail was erased, intentionally by the Jedi and unknowingly by his enemies. But nothing escaped Anakin's fury. Unable to let go of Obi-Wan's death, he began a furious hunt for Hardeen, intent on avenging his fallen master. Joined by Ahsoka, he tracked leads through seedy ports and dens of villainy, unaware that his quarry was not a murderer, but Obi-Wan himself. The pursuit grew closer and more dangerous, and Obi-Wan, maintaining his cover, was forced to fight Anakin in a staged confrontation. Lightsabers clashed, anger burned hot, and even behind his mask, Kenobi could feel the pain he had inflicted on his former Padawan. Meanwhile, the three fugitives arrived on Sereno, where Count Dooku, unaware of Kenobi's presence, invited them to compete in a deadly competition. Moralo y Val had designed the box, a gladiator-style gauntlet meant to test the galaxy's most dangerous bounty hunters and select the best to carry out the plot against the Chancellor. Traps, puzzles, and death awaited within. The contestants were expendable. Those who survived were deemed worthy. The box was a nightmare of fire pits, toxic gases, laser corridors, and psychological games. Obi-Wan, still hidden in Hardeen's face, survived through a blend of Jedi reflexes and clever subterfuge. He never revealed his true abilities, instead allowing Bane and Evil to think of him as a particularly resourceful killer. As the test wore on, others fell. Some betrayed allies to save themselves. Bane, suspicious but impressed, began to look at Hardeen differently, and Dooku, watching from a high perch, began to suspect there was more to Hardeen than he let on. But he could not yet see the truth. Kenobi passed the tests. He was selected for the final team. Their mission would take place on Naboo during a high-level diplomatic summit. Chancellor Palpatine would be present, and so would the galaxy's most powerful leaders. The assassination attempt would be swift and silent, an infiltration masked as routine security. Kenobi had little time. He slipped away to contact the Jedi, revealing the full scope of the plot and preparing for a final intervention. But the plan frayed at every edge. Anakin arrived on Naboo independently, still chasing the trail of Hardeen. When he discovered the truth, that Obi-Wan was alive, that the Council had lied to him, his betrayal was absolute. His pain transformed into bitterness, another fracture in his trust with the Jedi. They had used his emotions, manipulated his grief. And once again, Anakin had been left out of the inner circle. Meanwhile, Moralo y Val and Cad Bane moved into position. Eval had orchestrated a device meant to restrain and execute Palpatine with chilling efficiency. Bane's precision made the plan nearly unstoppable. The moment arrived, the Chancellor stood on a podium, surrounded by security and false assurances, as the bounty hunters prepared their strike. Obi-Wan, cast between identities, acted. He exposed the plot at the final moment, turning on his CO conspirators and dismantling Eval's device. The resulting battle was fast and fierce. Bane, betrayed, fought with everything he had. Anakin arrived mid-fight, and though furious, he threw himself into the fray, side by side with his once-dead master. Together, they defeated the assassins. The Chancellor was saved. The bounty hunters were arrested or fled, and the Jedi returned to Coruscant. But the cost remained. Anakin stood apart, his eyes shadowed not with relief, but with hurt. He had been kept in the dark again, his loyalty taken for granted. The mission had succeeded, yes, but the rift between Anakin and the Jedi Order had widened. Trust was breaking, and no amount of victory could repair what had quietly been lost. Obi-Wan, restored to his former self, carried the weight of his deception in silence. He had walked through the darkest alleys of the galaxy, survived by shedding who he was, and returned to a brother who no longer looked at him the same way. And somewhere, beyond the reach of Republic law, Count Dooku watched. He had come within inches of reshaping galactic history. The next time, he would not fail. Night had fallen hard on Dathomir, shrouding the blood-red trees and eerie mists in a deathly stillness. Once teeming with the sinister energy of the Night Sisters, a coven of dark, magic-wielding witches, this world now faced utter annihilation. Asajj Ventress, once Count Dooku's assassin, now cast out and betrayed, returned to her sisters in a rare moment of vulnerability. She had wandered the galaxy, lost and wounded, but back among the Night Sisters, she found something that had long eluded her: belonging. But the dark side never lets peace linger. Dooku had not forgotten Ventress's betrayal, nor had he forgiven Mother Talzin's efforts to manipulate him. Seeking vengeance, Dooku unleashed General Grievous and the full weight of his droid armies upon Dathomir. The Night Sisters, powerful as they were in their ancient magic, could not match the cold precision of droid firepower and the brutal onslaught of Grievous's cybernetic strength. As the battle erupted beneath crimson skies, Ventress stood at the center of the storm. She fought like a whirlwind, her dual red lightsabers carving through rows of droids, her fury fueled by loyalty and desperation. Talzin summoned ancient spirits and spectral warriors, tearing holes in the veil between life and death, but even the dead could not hold back the tide. The slaughter was total. One by one the Night Sisters fell, bodies crumpling in the fog, smoke and ash choking the air. Ventress, bloodied and heartbroken, searched the battlefield for survivors, but the ground offered only silence. Her sisters were gone, their legacy erased in fire and steel. She stood among the ruins, alone again. Not a Sith, not a Jedi, not even a witch anymore, just a ghost of war. With nowhere to turn, she wandered once more, this time not in search of revenge, but of purpose. On the fringes of the galaxy, in the seedy underworld where Republic law was but a rumor, Ventress found new footing, bounty hunting. Her skills, honed through war and betrayal, were perfectly suited to the work. She didn't need trust. She didn't need friends. All she needed was a contract, a target, and a payout. She signed onto a bounty run with a ragtag crew of hunters led by the flamboyant but dangerous Latz-Razi and her associates. High-risk, high-reward work involving the capture of a traitorous Balnabian named Moregi. Among the group was Boba Fett, now a teenager, but already hardened by the path his father had walked. He didn't like Ventress. She didn't care. Tensions flared immediately. Fett resented her authority. Ventress ignored his bravado. The mission went south fast. Ambushes, sabotage, and internal squabbling plagued the operation. Ventress took control, not through diplomacy, but dominance. Her reputation preceded her, and her lightsabers settled more than one argument before words were needed. In the end, it was Ventress who captured the target. And when Boba Fett tried to confront her about her methods, she locked him in a storage crate and delivered him, instead of Moregi, to the client, earning her the bounty anyway. She left the planet with credits in her pocket, and no regrets in her wake. But behind her sharp grin, something had changed. She hadn't just survived Dathomir, she had evolved. Asajj Ventress, once a weapon of the Sith, now carved her own path through the galaxy, not as anyone's servant, but as a force unto herself. And for the first time in her turbulent life, the power she wielded was hers alone. Far from the war's front lines, deep in the desolate wastelands of the Outer Rim, a shadow stirred, a memory long thought buried. On the cursed world of Lotho Minor, a place of twisted metal and discarded machinery, madness had taken root in the remnants of a once-dead Sith. Half a man, half a beast, Darth Maul had survived. His lower body gone, replaced by a tangle of cybernetic legs crafted from scavenged parts and desperation, Maul had retreated into a feral existence. For years, his mind fractured and festered, consumed by hatred. He clung to one name like a lifeline through the darkness: Kenobi. The Jedi who had struck him down, who had left him for dead, who had stolen everything. Across the galaxy, on Dathomir, Mother Talzin sensed the flicker of his presence in the Force. Weak, buried, but burning with rage, she summoned Savage Opress, Maul's Dathomirian brother and her monstrous creation, to find him. Savage, brutish and bound by a twisted loyalty, journeyed through fire and wreckage, across poisonous swamps and mountains of junk, until he finally reached the creature his brother had become. What he found was not the warrior of legend. Maul was skeletal, twitching, muttering to himself in a spider-legged crawl space, eyes wild with paranoia. He didn't remember who he was, only the pain, the anger, and the image of a lightsaber slicing him in two. Savage, with Talzin's guidance, returned Maul to Dathomir, where sorcery and ancient rites began the long work of restoring his body and his mind. The transformation was grotesque and powerful. Talzin wove his legs anew from solid durasteel and reawakened his mind through dark force rituals. As memories returned, so too did Maul's purpose. He was not dead. He had simply been waiting. And now, reborn and burning with vengeance, he had only one goal: to find Obi-Wan Kenobi and make him suffer. Maul and Savage launched a campaign of terror to draw the Jedi's attention, targeting a defenseless colony world with ruthless precision. Civilians were slaughtered. Survivors were left alive just long enough to deliver a message. The brothers carved their path not to conquer, but to provoke. The Republic sent Jedi to stop them, but none were the one Maul craved. Obi-Wan came. He arrived alone on the scorched world, not expecting the magnitude of what waited for him. When he saw Maul, alive, whole, and staring at him with pure venom, he faltered for just a moment. It was impossible. It should have been impossible, but the dark side makes a mockery of death. Their battle ignited instantly, blades flashing in the firelit ruins. But Kenobi was outmatched, not by skill alone, but by numbers. Savage joined the fight, and the two Dathomirians overwhelmed him, beating him bloody, disarming him, dragging him through the dirt. Maul didn't want a quick kill. He wanted Obi-Wan to suffer as he had. He wanted to destroy his spirit before ending his life. Yet help came unexpectedly. Asajj Ventress, now a bounty hunter with her own grudges against the Sith, arrived mid-battle in pursuit of her own quarry, Savage. She threw herself into the fray, not for justice, but to settle scores. Her presence gave Obi-Wan the edge he needed to escape. Together, bruised and barely standing, they fled into the night. Maul watched them vanish, his victory stolen, but not lost. He smiled. The hunt had begun. He had returned. And next time, there would be no escape. The war had reached its claws into every corner of the galaxy, but on the jungle world of Onderon, the fight was not so clear-cut. Though the planet's king had declared loyalty to the Separatists, many of his people did not share that allegiance. The city of Aziz, nestled within stone walls and ancient towers, simmered with tension. Beneath the surface, a rebellion was brewing. Locals who refused to accept the rule of a puppet king or the droid armies that patrolled their streets. They wanted to fight, to take back their world, but they didn't have the training or the weapons. What they had was conviction. What they needed was help. The Jedi Council debated its role carefully. Onderon was officially under Separatist control, but the resistance movement was made of civilians. To arm and train them risked escalating the war beyond military targets, blurring the already thin line between soldiers and revolutionaries. But Anakin Skywalker, never one to let procedure stand in the way of action, argued in favor of aiding them. So did Obi-Wan Kenobi, albeit with caution. In the end, the Council approved a covert mission. Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka Tano, and Captain Rex would infiltrate Onderon and train the rebels, but not fight the battle for them. They arrived in secret, slipping into the rebel hideout outside Aziz's fortified walls. The leaders of the resistance were young, determined, and already organized. Among them was Stila Guerrera, calm and capable, with sharp instincts and natural leadership. Her brother, Saw Gerrera, burned hotter, headstrong, passionate, and prone to reckless action. Lux Bonteri, the pacifist-turned-fighter who had once walked the halls of the Separatist Senate, also stood among them. He had joined the rebellion not out of vengeance, but out of principle, and something more personal. As training began, the Jedi worked to transform the scattered rebels into a focused strike force. Captain Rex drilled them in marksmanship and tactics, while Anakin pushed them through harsh physical regimens. Ahsoka, closer in age and temperament to the rebels, became the bridge between teachers and students. She sparred with Stila, challenged Saw's arrogance, and found herself drawn again to Lux, though she kept her feelings buried beneath the armor of duty. The first assaults were small, ambushes on droid patrols, hit-and-run attacks to weaken morale and show the people that resistance was possible. The rebels fought clumsily at first, but with each skirmish, they grew sharper. Steela emerged as a clear commander, guiding her team with discipline and grace. Saw bristled at her rising prominence, frustrated by his sister's ability to lead where he could not. That friction threatened to fracture the group, but Ahsoka remained close, helping to temper their emotions and reinforce unity. Victory bred momentum. As the droids tightened their grip, the rebels struck harder, disabling power grids, destroying droid command units, freeing prisoners. The people of Aziz began to whisper of hope. But with hope came danger. The Puppet King, Sanjay Rash, desperate to maintain order, begged the separatists for more support. Count Dooku, seeing the rebellion as an opportunity to test the limits of insurgency, dispatched more battle droids, and a new advisor, General Kalani, a super-tactical droid with no tolerance for failure or subtlety. Kalani's presence changed everything. He introduced stricter patrols, harsher punishments, and a policy of public executions to root out rebel sympathizers. When Saw was captured during an ill-planned solo mission, it threatened to collapse the rebellion. Some urged retreat. Others argued for a full-scale rescue. Steela, though torn by personal fear for her brother, chose action. The rebels infiltrated the Aziz capital under the cover of night, using sewers and rooftops to evade detection. Ahsoka, ordered to stay neutral, watched from the shadows. But when the mission teetered on collapse, she broke ranks and joined the fight, lightsabers flashing as she covered their escape. The rescue succeeded, Saw was freed, and the people of Aziz, emboldened by the spectacle, began to rise. The final push came with a bold and dangerous plan, to disable the droid power generator controlling all the battle units in the capital. The generator was heavily guarded, and a frontal assault would be suicide. But Steela devised a pincer maneuver, splitting the rebels into cells to converge from multiple angles while drawing the droid forces into the open. The battle erupted at dawn. Explosions rocked the city walls. Droids surged through the streets. The citizens, long cowed into silence, began to fight alongside the rebels, throwing stones, sabotaging walkers, sheltering fighters. Amid the chaos, Lux led a team through the palace to confront King Rash. When faced with the rebellion's strength and his own cowardice, Rash crumbled. Kalani, unmoved by politics or loyalty, attempted to execute both king and rebels in one sweeping purge. Ahsoka, once again stepping beyond her mandate, intervened directly. Her duel with Kalani bought precious time for the rebels to destroy the generator. And when the system went offline, the droids collapsed in waves of silence. The city was free, but the victory was not without loss. As the final waves of battle faded, a stray shot struck Steela. She fell from a cliffside, clinging to life. Saw reached her too late. He held her in his arms as she slipped away, the price of freedom etched into every trembling breath. Her death shattered him, his sister, the heart of the rebellion, gone before she could see the world she had helped liberate. Ahsoka knelt beside him, unable to find words. The Republic arrived shortly after to officially recognize Onderon's new leadership. Monuments would be built, honors would be given. But for those who had fought, the war had never been about medals. Onderon was free. Its people had taken their destiny back, but the shadows of war lingered in every corner. For Saw Gerrera, the lesson carved deep, peace was fragile, and the only guarantee was the strength to protect it. He would carry that truth long after the Jedi were gone, long after the Clone Wars faded into history. His path forever shaped by the jungle, the fire, and the sister who gave everything for freedom. In the icy reaches of the planet Elam, where crystals grew in caverns carved by time and silence, a group of Jedi younglings arrived for one of the most sacred rites of passage, the Gathering. The Clone Wars had raged across the galaxy for years, but for these 6 students, each at the cusp of becoming Padawans, this journey was not one of battle but of self-discovery. Guided by Ahsoka Tano, the younglings stepped onto the frozen surface of Ilum with excitement and trepidation. There was Petro, a brash and impulsive human boy who hungered to prove himself. Katuni, a Thalothian girl whose quiet wisdom often went unspoken. Baif, a wide-eyed Ithorian, timid but thoughtful. Gungi, a Wookiee with boundless patience and gentle strength. Zat, a tech-savvy Nautolan. always tinkering, and Ganodi, a Rhodian with a cautious, steady spirit. Each carried dreams of the Jedi future, unaware of the challenges waiting in the crystal caves beneath their feet. The caverns opened only once per year, when Elam's sun aligned just right, casting light through the frozen entry and opening the door through ancient Jedi design. They entered as a group, but soon faced the test alone. Each youngling had to find their Kyber crystal, a force-sensitive gem that would call to them and form the heart of their future lightsaber. Inside, the trials mirrored their deepest weaknesses. Petro, eager to win, nearly failed when he tried to take a crystal that wasn't his, only to realize that humility, not bravado, was the key. Katuni, afraid she wouldn't find hers in time, had to learn trust in herself. Bife's fear nearly overwhelmed him until he embraced courage, while Gungi, impatient in the freezing water, discovered that waiting was its own strength. Zat's reliance on tools had to give way to intuition, and Ganodi had to silence doubt to hear the Force clearly. When the sun began to set and the door threatened to seal them inside forever, the younglings banded together to save Petro, who had lost track of time. Their first victory came not through individual triumph, but unity. Having claimed their crystals, the younglings traveled with Ahsoka to meet Professor Huyang, a centuries-old droid aboard the training vessel Crucible. Huyang had guided generations of Jedi through lightsaber construction, and his vast archive held every lightsaber design in Jedi history. As the ship drifted through hyperspace, the younglings worked under his instruction, cutting, shaping, and assembling the parts of their weapons with care and purpose. But their education was interrupted by danger. Hondo Ohnaka, the charming and treacherous pirate, had intercepted word of Jedi younglings traveling unescorted. Seeing an opportunity for profit, he launched an attack on the Crucible, disabling the ship and boarding with a gang of Wike raiders. Caught off guard and underarmed, Ahsoka fought to protect the students, but was captured in the scuffle. The younglings, now alone and unfinished in their training, faced a harrowing choice: flee or fight to rescue their teacher. They chose to fight. After crash-landing the Crucible on Florum, the pirate stronghold, the younglings embarked on a daring infiltration of Hondo's base. Despite their inexperience, they used cleverness and teamwork to avoid detection. Zat hacked security systems, Katuni led stealth maneuvers, and Gungi's strength helped lift debris and carry supplies. Under Petro's impulsive leadership, they nearly blew their cover, but Katuni's diplomacy helped negotiate a moment's peace with a sympathetic worker. Inside the pirate fortress, Ahsoka had earned Hondo's curiosity. Her calm under pressure, even in chains, reminded him why he both feared and respected the Jedi. As she subtly tested her limits, the younglings launched a surprise rescue mission. Their arrival threw the base into chaos, and in the confusion, Ahsoka broke free. Together they fought side by side, Padawan and students, blasting their way out of the compound and fleeing into the desert. But Hondo was not done. Infuriated by their escape and unwilling to let a bounty slip through his fingers, he pursued them with a vengeance. His forces caught up to them near an abandoned pirate tank depot, where the younglings made a desperate stand. Outnumbered, outgunned, and running low on hope, they faced their greatest test, not of combat skill but resilience. Help came from an unexpected quarter. General Grievous, tracking Hondo's base for a separatist raid, launched an assault on Florum. The arrival of the cyborg general forced a sudden alliance between the pirates and the Jedi. Hondo, self-preserving as always, offered a reluctant truce. If Ahsoka and the younglings helped him repel the droid invasion, he'd guarantee them safe passage off the planet. So they fought together, strange allies bound by circumstance. The younglings, barely armed, used their wits and courage to sabotage droid walkers. Gungi wrestled a super battle droid into submission with brute strength. Zat reprogrammed an enemy tank, turning its weapons on Grievous's forces. Katuni, slowly gaining Hondo's respect, took command of a small defense line and held it against waves of attackers. In the final moments of the battle, Ahsoka confronted Grievous directly, buying the younglings enough time to escape aboard Hondo's remaining ship. Grievous, denied a clean victory, withdrew, but not before destroying much of the pirate base. On board the ship, Hondo kept his word. For once. He allowed Ahsoka and the younglings to leave, even offering Katuni a rare compliment. He may have been a rogue, but he knew courage when he saw it. Back at the Jedi Temple, the younglings stood taller, their lightsabers complete, their bonds forged in fire. They had faced trials far beyond what their instructors had intended. Each of them had changed. Petro tempered his pride, Katuni emerged a leader. Biff and Ganodi discovered bravery, Gungi proved patience, and Zat had learned trust. And though war loomed ever closer, for a moment, the future of the Jedi glimmered with hope. Not just because of what these younglings had become, but because of what they might one day be. In the midst of the Clone Wars, where titanic fleets clashed and Jedi dueled Sith across the stars, there were missions so obscure, so unusual, that they barely registered on the war's grand ledger. Yet, tucked within the gears of the Republic's massive machine, small players were sometimes handed enormous tasks. Such was the case for D-Squad, a team of astromech droids led by the ever-proper Colonel Meba Gascon, a being of Napian origin with a stature that barely cleared the height of his own troops. Though tiny, his ego loomed large. The mission was as critical as it was improbable: infiltrate a separatist facility and steal an encryption module essential to deciphering enemy transmissions. The squad, composed of droids R2-D2, QT-KT, U-9C4, and the hyperactive WAC-47, boarded a transport deep in enemy territory. None of them had ever seen live combat, save for R2, whose record of battlefield heroics rivaled some Jedi. Colonel Gascon, a decorated strategist in theory but without practical war experience, was appalled to discover he'd been assigned to lead a team made entirely of droids. To him, they were tools, subordinates without nuance or initiative. But as the infiltration began, those tools proved themselves. Inside the facility, the droids maneuvered silently past laser grids and security protocols. R2-D2, as always, served as the mission's backbone, slicing computers, disabling alarms, and keeping the team one step ahead of disaster. QT-KT provided on-the-fly repairs, while U-9C4 handled brute mechanical tasks. WAC-47, built for aerial observation but obsessed with theatrics, often created more chaos than aid. Yet even his bumbling had its moments of brilliance. They secured the encryption module, narrowly escaping as alarms blared and enemy reinforcements swarmed the installation. What was meant to be a straightforward exfiltration turned catastrophic when their ship was damaged mid-flight. Spinning out of control, the vessel crash-landed on a desolate, seemingly endless desert world, a place so barren it was as if the stars themselves had forgotten it. It was called Abafar, and it was unlike any world the Republic had charted. A pale, featureless expanse of dust and fog, the planet seemed to stretch forever without sky or horizon. Time warped there. Direction meant nothing. The droids, still recovering from the crash, found themselves cut off from all navigation systems, adrift in a landscape so empty it threatened to erase identity. Colonel Gascon unraveled first. Deprived of civilization, stripped of his command ship, he found himself questioning his own purpose. He ranted to the droids, raged against the silence, and at one point hallucinated a banquet in the middle of the void. For a man whose life had been defined by rank, uniform, and order, this planet was an existential prison. But the droids, programmed yet paradoxically more adaptive, kept moving. They scouted, they repaired, they searched for landmarks, anything that might lead them to civilization. Eventually they stumbled upon a hidden settlement, Ponzora, a ghost town hidden in the nothingness, filled with forgotten people clinging to scraps of existence. Among them was Gregor, a dishwasher with haunted eyes. But Gregor was no ordinary man. When the droids scanned him, they discovered a deep imprint in his DNA. He was a clone, a Republic commando, long thought dead after a brutal engagement. He had no memory of the war, only dreams he couldn't explain and reflexes he couldn't suppress. His armor had been hidden by the town's corrupt bartender, who had used Gregor as a servant, keeping him drugged with routine and isolation. Gascon and R2 worked to awaken him. They showed him holos, sparked fragments of memory. At first he resisted, confused and frightened by the idea of being a soldier. But when separatist forces discovered the encryption module's trail and closed in, Gregor remembered what he was. He donned his armor, took up his DC-17 rifle, and stood once more as a Republic soldier. In the ensuing battle, he provided cover for the droids as they escaped on a stolen shuttle. Droids scrambled, blasters sang through dust and smoke, and Gregor held the line alone against waves of droids. The last they saw of him, he vanished into the chaos, fighting to his last breath, or beyond. His fate remained uncertain, but his sacrifice ensured the squad's survival. With the encryption module secured once more, D-Squad continued their journey toward Republic lines, but peace would not last. They returned to the Republic fleet, unaware that their flagship, the Valiant, had been overtaken by a separatist infiltration squad. A suicide mission had turned the ship into a bomb, rigged to explode within Republic space and destroy a vital Republic conference where leaders were gathering to strategize the final phases of the war. The entire fleet, and perhaps the war effort itself, hung in the balance. Once aboard, the droids discovered the sabotage. Colonel Gascon, transformed by his trials on Abafar, no longer doubted his leadership. He embraced it. Working alongside his mechanical team, they raced through the ship's underbelly, disabling bombs and navigating systems overridden by enemy programming. R2-D2 once again proved irreplaceable, slicing into the ship's heart and rerouting power to prevent a premature explosion. As enemy droids awakened and ambushed them, the squad fought like a true strike force. WAC-47 dove through the air with surprising precision, distracting enemies while the others completed their tasks. QT-KT was critically damaged while shielding U-9C4, and U-9 returned the favor by manually detonating a fuel line to stop an advancing commando droid. The cost was high, but the mission came first. In the end, the ship was saved. R2-D2, nearly destroyed in the final moments, was recovered by Republic engineers. Colonel Gascon, once dismissed as insignificant, was hailed as a hero, but he refused to take full credit. In his speech to the Jedi Council and Republic High Command, he pointed to his team, not as tools, but as comrades. The droids had done more than follow orders. They had adapted, sacrificed, and grown. The encryption module helped win key engagements in the months that followed. The Separatists were dealt blow after blow thanks to the data recovered. But even beyond strategy, the D-Squad mission proved something deeper, that in a galaxy of titans and legends, even the smallest players could carry the weight of fate. Sometimes it was the overlooked, a nervous colonel, a band of droids, a clone without memory, who turned the tide. The galaxy had long thought Darth Maul dead, his body severed, his mind shattered, but the dark side had preserved him, and now, remade in flesh and fury, he no longer lurked in shadows. He had purpose. He had a name that struck terror again. And with his brother, Savage Opress, Maul set out not merely to destroy the Jedi, but to claim power the Sith had not yet touched. Maul's return began with Rage, his only companion. The Jedi had evaded him, Obi-Wan Kenobi slipping through his grasp after their clash on Florum. Savage remained by his side, more muscle than mind, and the brothers scoured the outer rim in search of allies. What they found instead was death. A group of Hutt-affiliated criminals fell swiftly to Maul's blades, their deaths a message sent across the underworld. The Sith were back, not as servants to Dooku or Palpatine, but as lords unto themselves. But Maul needed more than terror. He needed an army, a symbol, a throne. That opportunity came on the frigid world of Mustafar, where the galaxy's most dangerous crime syndicates had gathered. The Hutts, the Black Sun, the Pike Syndicate, and even the Crimson Dawn remnants, each held pieces of galactic influence. With Savage at his side, Maul did not negotiate. He slaughtered leaders, bent survivors to his will, and carved out a criminal empire in mere days. It would come to be known as the Shadow Collective, an alliance of cutthroats, spice lords, and slavers bound by fear and the promise of domination. But conquest needs spectacle. Maul knew that political power meant nothing without a throne to sit upon. He turned his attention to a world that had always teetered on the edge of war, Mandalore. Ruled now by the pacifist Duchess Satine Kryze, Mandalore had been a beacon of neutrality in a galaxy consumed by war. Satine's regime rejected the Mandalorian warrior heritage, favoring peace over tradition. But not all Mandalorians agreed. A growing faction known as Death Watch yearned for the old ways, strength, honor, and rule through combat. Their leader, Pre Vizsla, sought to restore Mandalore to its warrior roots. Maul offered him a way to do it. He met Vizsla not as a rival, but as a fellow insurgent. Together they crafted a plan to plunge Mandalore into chaos. Maul's Shadow Collective would attack the planet from the shadows, pirates, smugglers, and criminals unleashed in staged assaults. Death Watch, waiting in the wings, would then rescue the people, returning law and order. In their eyes, Pre Vizsla would be the savior of Mandalore. And it worked. The people turned to Death Watch with gratitude, not fear. The Duchess was deposed, imprisoned in her own palace. Vizsla claimed the throne, but Maul never intended to share power. He had studied the Mandalorian code, knew that rule came not from titles, but from strength. He challenged Pre Vizsla to single combat. Their duel was savage and personal. Vizsla, a skilled warrior armed with a legendary darksaber, fought with fury. But Maul was born of rage and pain, and when the darksaber fell from Vizsla's hand, Maul struck the final blow. With the leader dead, the darksaber in his grasp, and the rite of combat fulfilled, Maul laid claim to Mandalore. Not all Mandalorians accepted his rule. Bo-Katan Kryze, Satine's sister and a Death Watch commander, rejected him and escaped, vowing to resist. Maul's throne was forged in blood. But even that was not enough. There was still unfinished business. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Maul had taken a world, raised an army, conquered criminal empires, and brought terror to the Outer Rim. But the wound inside him, the humiliation of being defeated by a Padawan, had never healed. He wanted Kenobi not merely dead, but broken. And he knew exactly how to do it. He summoned the Jedi to Mandalore by taking Satine hostage. Obi-Wan arrived alone, knowing the trap but unable to stay away. Disguised as a Mandalorian guard, he infiltrated the palace and freed Satine. But their escape was brief. Maul was waiting, calm and triumphant. He had no need to duel this time. His power was complete, and cruelty was more satisfying than combat. In the throne room, in front of the Jedi who had defeated him, Maul ran Satine through with the darksaber. She died in Obi-Wan's arms, whispering that she always loved him. Her death shattered him. Maul expected the Jedi to fall to rage, to strike with vengeance and lose himself. But Obi-Wan, even in heartbreak, refused to surrender to the dark. He was captured instead, thrown into the palace dungeons. Yet Maul had overreached. Palpatine, the true Sith master, had been watching. He knew of Maul's survival, tolerated it at first as a curiosity, but with a Shadow Collective rising and a rival Sith taking thrones and armies, the game had changed. Darth Sidious boarded his personal shuttle and arrived on Mandalore not as the Chancellor, but as a Sith Lord. He entered the palace without pretense, cloaked in darkness. Maul sensed his presence immediately and was terrified. This was not a battle he could win, but pride kept him rooted. He and Savage met Sidious in the throne room. The duel that followed was unlike any Mandalore had seen. Blades crackled, powers clashed, and stone was shattered by the Force. Savage fought valiantly, but he was no match. Sidious impaled him and cast him aside, dead before he hit the ground. Maul screamed in grief, rage overtaking him. But it made no difference. Sidious toyed with him, unleashing a storm of power that eclipsed anything Maul had faced. The duel ended with Maul broken and helpless, begging for mercy. There was none. Sidious spared his life, not out of compassion but purpose. "I have other uses for you," he said, and with a final surge of dark energy, he took Maul prisoner, dragging him from the throne he had bled to claim. Mandalore fell into chaos once more. Bo-Katan and the Loyalists scattered, continuing their resistance in secret. Obi-Wan escaped captivity and returned to the Jedi, heart scarred by loss. The people of Mandalore, weary of puppet rulers and false saviors, descended again into civil unrest. And Maul, the Sith who had clawed his way back from death and nearly conquered a planet, vanished into the hands of a far more terrible master. But Mandalore remembered. The throne sat empty. The darksaber passed into new hands, and the war marched on, indifferent to the blood spilled in throne rooms and alleys alike. Maul's rule had been brief, but its consequences would echo for years to come. The Jedi Temple had always been a sanctuary, its towering spires a beacon of order amid a galaxy unraveling. But even sanctuaries cast shadows. As the Clone Wars dragged on, and Jedi were stretched thin across battlefields and council chambers, those shadows began to deepen. Trust frayed, fear grew, and when the cracks finally splintered, they fell upon someone who had once believed she would always be safe within its walls. It began quietly, as these things often do, with an explosion. A deadly blast rocked the Jedi Temple, tearing through the hangar bay. Clones, workers, and Jedi alike perished in the chaos. The Order responded swiftly, launching an investigation into the bombing. Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, were assigned to find the perpetrator. What seemed at first like an act of terrorism quickly evolved into something darker. Their investigation led to a Jedi technician named Letta Termond, whose anti-war sentiment and shady behavior raised suspicions. But when they confronted her, she confessed too easily, too quickly, as if she were protecting someone. Something didn't sit right. Ahsoka voiced her doubts, but the Council, under immense pressure from the Senate, was eager for a resolution. Then, Letta was murdered. Killed in her cell by an unseen assailant using the Force, Letta died gasping Ahsoka's name. The young Padawan, stunned, realized too late that she had walked into a trap. Guards stormed in. Surveillance footage had been altered to show Ahsoka in Letta's cell. The evidence was damning, too perfect, too clean. But the damage was done. Ahsoka was arrested and brought into Republic custody. In chains, surrounded by soldiers who had once saluted her, Ahsoka remained silent. Anakin demanded she be heard, that the Council see the truth. But the Jedi, led by Mace Windu and Ki-Adi-Mundi, were cautious. With the war raging and public opinion turning against them, they saw an opportunity to show accountability to the Senate by placing Ahsoka on trial. Her knighthood was suspended, her rank was stripped, and she was handed over to the Republic for a civilian tribunal. Ahsoka felt the betrayal like a knife. The temple she had called home now loomed as a prison. The masters who had taught her compassion and loyalty had chosen optics over trust. Anakin stood alone in her defense, but even his voice could not silence the pounding judgment in her ears. So she did what Anakin never would. She ran. Breaking free of her prison cell in a daring escape, Ahsoka vanished into the underlevels of Coruscant. The glittering towers of the upper city gave way to damp tunnels, rotting machinery, and the desperate lives of the forgotten. There, among thieves and scavengers, she became a ghost, hunted by the very order that had once guided her path. Clones tracked her ruthlessly through the underworld, their loyalty to the Republic tested by the confusion surrounding the charges. She evaded traps, faced bounty hunters, and narrowly avoided death more than once. Her skills kept her alive, but each fight, each alleyway escape, left her more uncertain. Had the Jedi ever truly believed in her? Or was she always just another soldier to be sacrificed when convenient? Anakin, desperate to bring her back, pleaded with the Council to see reason. He knew Ahsoka better than anyone. She was strong-willed, yes, but loyal to a fault. She could never have betrayed the Order. He received permission to pursue her, but not as her master, not as her friend, as a Jedi sent to bring in a fugitive. Meanwhile, Ahsoka found an unlikely ally, Asajj Ventress. Once a Sith assassin, now a bounty hunter, Ventress had walked a similar path of betrayal and exile. The two, bitter enemies turned wary partners, joined forces to uncover the truth. Ventress had heard whispers in the underworld, rumors of Jedi politics, of plots spun in the dark. She guided Ahsoka through the maze of criminal connections and false leads, helping her piece together a theory. Someone within the Order had orchestrated the bombing. Someone with the means to alter surveillance footage, manipulate minds, and frame Ahsoka, a traitor. But their search was cut short when clones attacked. In the chaos, Ventress was ambushed, her fate left uncertain. Ahsoka was captured again, wounded, exhausted, but unwilling to beg. She was brought before a Republic military tribunal, watched by the Jedi Council, Chancellor Palpatine, and representatives of the Senate. The court laid out its case: terrorism, murder, conspiracy. Padme Amidala served as her defense, challenging the assumptions, questioning the timeline, highlighting Ahsoka's bravery and history of service. But the court cared less about truth and more about the illusion of justice. And then, salvation came from an unexpected place. Anakin Skywalker, following a final lead, discovered the true culprit, Barriss Offee, a Jedi Knight and friend of Ahsoka's. Barriss had grown disillusioned with the Jedi's role in the war. She believed the Order had become an extension of the military-industrial machine, hypocrites preaching peace while waging endless battle. In her eyes, the bombing was not an act of evil, but a wake-up call. She framed Ahsoka because Ahsoka was the perfect symbol, the idealistic Padawan, caught in a web of Jedi contradictions. Anakin confronted Barriss in the temple, their duel fierce and laced with heartbreak. He defeated her and brought her to the tribunal, where she confessed everything. Ahsoka's name was cleared. Her charges were dropped. The council, now remorseful, offered her reinstatement, but it was too late. Ahsoka stood before the masters, Yoda, Mace, Plo Koon, and the others, and saw them not as teachers, but as politicians playing at war. They had doubted her when it mattered most. The apology rang hollow. Their faith had been conditional. Her trust had been absolute. And so she refused the invitation. She left her lightsabers in Anakin's hand and walked away from the only life she'd ever known. Anakin followed her, heart breaking. He begged her to stay. "I understand more than you realize," he said. And she, seeing the pain in him, replied, "I know." But she didn't turn back. She couldn't, because the truth had changed her, and walking away was the only way to find out who she really was, outside of orders, outside of war, outside of a Jedi code that had betrayed its soul. The temple gates closed behind her. The girl who once raced through its halls in training robes and laughter was gone. In her place walked a young woman, wounded but awake, lost but finally free. And as the Clone Wars thundered on, Ahsoka Tano stepped into the galaxy not as a Jedi, but as herself. And the Force, still silent and watchful, went with her. War had consumed the galaxy for years, each battle won by the clone troopers of the Grand Army of the Republic, bred for loyalty, discipline, and precision. They fought alongside Jedi generals, brotherhood forged in fire, victories paid in blood. To the galaxy, they were heroes. But hidden in their very DNA was a terrible truth, one that would only surface when it was too late to stop it. It began not with a command, but with a nightmare. On Ringo Vinda, a ringworld orbiting an ice-locked planet, Jedi General Anakin Skywalker led a campaign alongside Captain Rex and ARC Trooper Fives. The clones were pushing back the separatist forces with brutal efficiency, until one of their own, a soldier named Tup, collapsed in the middle of a firefight. His behavior turned erratic, eyes glazed, voice cracked. Then, without warning, he turned to his Jedi commander and shot her through the chest. No one understood what had happened. Tup was restrained, muttering strange words good soldiers follow orders over and over, even as he slipped into delirium. The Jedi and the Kaminoan medics attributed his condition to a virus. But Fives, his closest friend, wasn't convinced. Fives requested permission to escort Tup to Kamino for further testing, determined to find the truth. What he discovered there was a web of lies and secrecy deeper than he could have imagined. The Kaminoans found a tumor in Tup's brain, one they claimed was the result of infection. But Fives pressed harder, seeking access to classified data. With the help of a medical droid named Azzy-3, he conducted a secret autopsy and unearthed the real horror, a biochip implanted in Tup's brain, purpose unknown, hidden from even the clones themselves. Every clone had one. The chips were surgically embedded during embryo development. Designed to appear benign, they were never mentioned in training, never included in official documentation. The Kaminoans insisted they were to protect the clones from mental instability. Five saw it for what it was, a control mechanism. He took his evidence to the highest authority he could find, Chancellor Palpatine. But that was the final step into the trap. Palpatine turned the meeting against him, claiming Fives attacked him in a fit of madness. Security forces descended. Fives barely escaped, now branded a fugitive on the run through Coruscant's underworld. His pleas fell on deaf ears. His evidence was confiscated. His allies vanished. Alone, hunted, and desperate, Fives tried to contact Anakin and Rex, the only people he still trusted. They met in secret. Fives, ragged and exhausted, laid out everything: the chips, Tup's death, the manipulation of the clones from birth. He begged them to believe him. Rex hesitated. Anakin was skeptical. The truth was too big, too horrifying. But even as they tried to reason with him, the trap closed. Republic security surrounded the warehouse. Fives, panicked and cornered, reached for a weapon. A single shot echoed through the rain-slicked alleys of Coruscant. Fives fell to the ground, dying in Rex's arms. With his last breath he whispered, "The nightmares, they're all true. You have to find the truth before it's too late." The investigation was buried. The Jedi were told it had been a case of individual breakdown. The chips were reclassified as medical fail-safes. The Senate never learned the truth. Kamino returned to its work, and the clones marched on, unaware of what lay dormant within them. Rex never forgot. He kept Fives' story buried in his mind, weighed down by guilt and uncertainty. Anakin dismissed the incident, one more tragedy in a war full of them. But the shadow had been cast. Order 66, a single phrase buried in code, waited silently in every clone's mind. One day, the call would come. And on that day, the Republic's most loyal soldiers would become executioners. The plan was perfect. It had been seeded in silence, planted in the DNA of obedience, and shielded by war's distractions. Fives had seen the truth, but no one believed him in time. And the Jedi, protectors of the galaxy, marched toward their doom with soldiers they trusted at their backs. The trap had been set years ago, and now nothing could stop it. On the glittering surface of Scipio, where vaults of unimaginable wealth sat locked beneath the marble halls of the intergalactic banking clan, a quieter war was brewing, one not of clones and droids, but of trust, betrayal, and control. The galaxy ran on credits, and whoever controlled the flow of money could tip the balance of the Clone Wars. In this moment of delicate economic crisis, the Jedi and the Republic were forced to turn to an unlikely and uncomfortable ally, Rush Clovis. Clovis had once been a Republic senator, a suave and ambitious man whose previous dealings with the Separatists had exposed him as a political risk. He was also someone from Padme Amidala's past, someone she once trusted, perhaps even cared for. And now, with corruption bleeding through the banking clan, Clovis returned from obscurity with a dangerous proposal: help him uncover the deceit, and he would restore neutrality and fairness to the galaxy's financial core. Padme was the one who vouched for him. Assigned by the Republic to investigate the banking clan's books, she traveled to Scipio to work alongside Clovis, much to Anakin Skywalker's discomfort. Their reunion was tense. Padme, cautious but duty-bound. Clovis, eager to prove himself. Anakin, simmering with suspicion. The Chancellor himself had given the mission his blessing, instructing Padme to use her influence and, if necessary, trust Clovis. But trust was in short supply. As Padme and Clovis poured through records, they discovered sweeping fraud. The Muns, the species overseeing the banking clan, had been falsifying accounts, overextending loans, and bleeding both the Republic and the Separatists dry. They had made themselves untouchable through manipulation and fear. Clovis proposed to expose them all. But he needed help, not just to reveal the truth, but to take control of the banks himself. The Jedi, sensing the danger, grew wary. But the political pressure from Palpatine pushed them forward. As a compromise, Clovis would be placed as head of the banking clan to root out the corruption, under the Republic's protection. The move was bold, risky, and deeply unpopular among the Muns. It also placed Clovis in the crosshairs of Count Dooku. Dooku, always one step ahead, saw an opportunity. He approached Clovis in secret, offering support in exchange for influence. Clovis, desperate to legitimize his reforms and outmaneuver his rivals, struck the deal, telling himself it was temporary, just leverage. But Dooku's assistance came at a price. He had no intention of letting the Republic gain financial supremacy. He would use Clovis as a puppet, and then crush him the moment his usefulness ran dry. Back on Coruscant, the tension between Anakin and Padme reached a boiling point. Anakin's jealousy over Clovis turned to paranoia. He was assigned to protect Clovis, but his temper flared with every interaction. The Jedi Council reminded him of his duty, but his feelings clouded his judgment. When he caught Clovis alone with Padme, even in a moment of restraint, Anakin lost control, attacking Clovis in a furious outburst that left them both shaken. Padme, horrified, began to see the cracks forming in Anakin's control. She questioned his judgment. He questioned her loyalty. Their bond, already fraying from war, was stretched to its limit. Meanwhile, Dooku made his move. Separatist forces invaded Scipio under the guise of defending banking clan neutrality. Dooku publicly distanced himself from Clovis and accused him of colluding with the Republic. The planetary leadership was thrown into chaos. Clovis, now isolated, tried to assert authority, but Dooku demanded control of the banks or face annihilation. The Moons, fearing for their survival, capitulated. The Republic launched a rescue mission. Anakin, Padme, and a strike team landed on Scipio in a desperate attempt to stop the collapse. Battle erupted in the snow-dusted courtyards of the banking clan's citadel. Amid blaster fire and falling rubble, Padme confronted Clovis in the control tower. She pleaded with him to surrender power, to end the bloodshed. Clovis, finally seeing how he'd been used, was devastated. He had wanted to be a reformer, a hero. Instead, he had handed the banks to the very forces he had sworn to resist. Guilt consumed him. When Dooku arrived via hologram, taunting them and demanding surrender, Clovis made his final decision. With Anakin climbing toward the tower and separatist troops closing in, Clovis took Padme hostage, not out of malice, but to end the standoff. He believed that only through sacrifice could he undo the damage he had caused. Anakin arrived just in time to confront him, lightsaber drawn, torn between duty and rage. As the platform beneath them collapsed, Anakin reached for both Padme and Clovis. He could only save one. He chose Padme. Clovis slipped from his grasp, falling to his death with a bitter but resolute smile. In his own way, he had tried to redeem himself. With Clovis gone and the battle ending, Scipio fell under Republic control. But Palpatine, as always, turned crisis into opportunity. Citing instability, he placed the banking clan directly under the authority of the Supreme Chancellor. With this single move, he gained control not just of the Republic's military, but of its economy. The Senate, weary and frightened, offered little resistance. Anakin returned to Coruscant with Padme, his knuckles still clenched. She had seen something in him she couldn't unsee, and though the mission was over, nothing between them felt resolved. Clovis had reached for power and been destroyed by it. Anakin had tried to protect what he loved and nearly lost himself. And Palpatine had taken one more step toward complete dominion without drawing a single blade. In the quiet corners of the galaxy, far from the firestorms of clone battles and starfighter squadrons, a subtler war unfolded, a war for faith, for mystery, and for the soul of ancient cultures. The world of Bardotta, long suspicious of the Jedi, now faced an invisible threat. Their spiritual leaders, the Dagoyan masters, mystics revered for their connection to the living force, were vanishing without a trace. In a rare request, the Bardottan queen, Julia, called not for Jedi assistance, but for one specific figure, Jar Jar Binks. It was a decision that baffled many, but for the queen, the Gungan held deep personal significance. In her youth, she and Jar Jar had shared a bond of friendship, and she trusted him where she did not trust the Jedi. Jar Jar arrived with Master Mace Windu, who accompanied him with measured skepticism. For Windu, it was a diplomatic mission, an opportunity to build bridges. For Jar Jar, it was personal. Bardotta's capital gleamed with ancient temples and statues of immense spiritual resonance. Yet, beneath its beauty, fear gripped its people. One by one, The Dagoyan masters had disappeared into shadow, leaving no clues. The Queen, now spiritually isolated, feared she would be next. She and her people suspected dark forces, perhaps even the Jedi themselves, who they believed had once tried to control their religion. When Queen Julia was indeed abducted under mysterious circumstances, Jar Jar was devastated. Mace Windu, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, set aside his doubts. The investigation led them into ancient catacombs beneath the city, where they discovered traces of dark rituals, force energy warped and twisted. These were no ordinary kidnappings. Something sinister was feeding off the mystic's life force. The trail led off-world to Zardossa Styx, a forbidding moon shrouded in superstition. There, a cult of dark side worshippers known as the Frangor had taken root. Unlike the Sith, they did not seek galactic domination, but rather reverence of fear and sacrifice. Their rituals involved draining the living force from their victims and feeding it into a monstrous idol, a grotesque stone creature that pulsed with unnatural energy. Queen Julia was among those offered for the next sacrifice. Jar Jar and Windu infiltrated the cult's temple, navigating eerie halls lined with flickering torches and adorned with murals of forgotten demons. The Jedi Master, always calm and centered, cut through enemy cultists with silent precision. But it was Jar Jar who found Julia, bound and weakened, her life force moments from being consumed. Together, they disrupted the ceremony. Jar Jar's chaotic bravery bought time, while Windu faced the cult's warriors and their monstrous force-powered statue. The idol, fueled by the stolen energy of the Dagoyan mystics, moved with horrifying strength, its limbs crushing stone, its maw glowing with fire. Windu battled it alone, deflecting blasts of pure force energy, while Jar Jar carried Julia to safety. With a final blow, Windu shattered the idol's core, releasing the stolen energy in a burst of light and thunder. The cult fell into disarray, and their grip on the force was broken. Julia was saved. The remaining mystics were recovered. Bardotta's faith, once threatened, was restored. Jar Jar, awkward and humble, was hailed as a hero not just by the Queen, but by the people. And even Mace Windu, once dismissive, offered him something rare: respect. Though the Jedi returned to their war, the mission on Bardotta reminded them of the galaxy's deeper mysteries, of old powers, forgotten truths, and the ever-present balance between light and dark. Not all wars were fought with armies. Some were fought in temples, in silence, and in spirit. The Clone Wars were tearing the galaxy apart, world by world, soul by soul, but far from the battlefronts. Deeper questions stirred within the Jedi Order. As darkness grew thicker and trust in the Force waned, Master Yoda, respected, ancient and wise, felt something shifting. Something ancient. Something calling. But before that mystery revealed itself, another long-buried secret clawed its way to the surface. A wrecked starship was discovered drifting in the void, old, broken, and ghostly. Jedi investigators retrieved its remains and discovered a chilling truth. It was the personal vessel of Sifo Dyas, a Jedi Master who had vanished years earlier. The last to speak of him had claimed he died trying to broker peace with warlike systems. But now, evidence suggested he had lived longer, and that someone had buried the truth. The Jedi Council, shaken, sent Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker to investigate. What they uncovered reeked of conspiracy. Sifo Dyas, it turned out, had secretly commissioned the clone army years before the war began. He had foreseen the coming conflict, but the details of his death had been obscured. Documents were erased, testimonies lost, and the Kaminoan archives redacted. The Jedi soon discovered that a powerful Sith, Darth Tyrannus, had assumed Sifo Dyas's identity to complete the army's creation. Tyrannus, now known to be Count Dooku, had manipulated both sides of the war, playing the Republic and the Separatists like instruments in a symphony of destruction. Worse still, the Jedi realized they had marched into war with an army born from a Sith deception. The Council was stunned. The war they were fighting may have been orchestrated from the start, but they couldn't halt it. The Republic was too deep in conflict, and so the Jedi remained generals in a game they no longer understood, knowing now that they had been dancing to the Sith's music all along. In the quiet that followed, Yoda sat alone. Though no one knew, he had begun hearing a voice in the Force, a voice he hadn't heard since the death of Qui-Gon Jinn. The voice was unmistakable. It called to him not in words, but in feeling, familiar, warm, and impossible. Jedi did not become one with the Force in such a way. Not like that. The living spoke of peace and transition. But this voice had identity. Qui-Gon was reaching out through the veil of death. But how? Yoda brought his concern to the Council. They reacted with unease. Hearing voices, seeing visions, these were signs of instability. Yet, Yoda was their most revered master. Reluctantly, they permitted him to pursue the truth. He traveled to the Jedi Temple's ancient meditation chamber, where he entered a deep trance, reaching into the very heart of the Force. What he found was a vision of darkness rising, Jedi falling, and a great shadow consuming the galaxy. At the center stood a masked figure, cloaked in fire. The future was unraveling, and only by understanding the Force's true nature could Yoda hope to restore balance. He followed the vision to Dagobah, a planet thick with life and death, where the veil between realities was thin. There, in a cave steeped in dark side energy, he faced a reflection of himself, his doubt, his fear, his pride. The illusion lashed at him, mocking his role in the war, his failures as a teacher. But Yoda did not fight. He accepted, and in doing so, he passed the trial. Qui-Gon's voice returned, clearer now. Not a ghost, but an echo, his spirit not fully formed, but tethered through intense training and deep belief. He guided Yoda to a hidden world, far beyond the reaches of the known galaxy, a place called the Wellspring of Life. There, Yoda met the Force priestesses, ethereal beings embodying the stages of consciousness, serenity, confusion, anger, joy, and sadness. They spoke in riddles, testing Yoda's mind and heart. If he wished to become one with the Force after death, to retain identity beyond physical form, he would need to undergo trials unlike any before. Yoda accepted. His first trial plunged him into illusion. He returned to the temple, but it was not real. A false Anakin stood before him, hailed as the Sith's destroyer, praised by all. Peace had returned to the galaxy, the Jedi victorious. But it was a lie, sweet, seductive, and false. Yoda turned away, rejecting the dream. The cost of truth was pain, but it was truth nonetheless. His next trial tested his attachment. On a battlefield drenched in fog, he heard the voices of fallen clones. Troopers he had led, had trusted, had lost. They blamed him, called him a traitor, a failure. The war had taken so many, and in the end, Yoda had not protected them. But he stood tall. He forgave himself, not because he was innocent, but because he could not move forward without acceptance. Finally, he faced the greatest trial, the dark side incarnate. In a desolate realm, a dark figure emerged from Yoda's own shadow, twisted, cruel, and powerful. This was what he could become, what any Jedi could become, if they embraced fear. They battled, not with lightsabers, but with belief, with identity. The darkness clawed at him, promising strength, offering control. But Yoda did not strike back. He let go. He transcended. The Force priestesses granted him the beginning of the transformation, a path to retain his consciousness after death, a secret known only to a few. Yoda returned to the Republic changed, not physically, but spiritually. He now understood what lay ahead. He could feel the storm drawing closer. Back in the temple, war continued. Jedi continued to die. The Council remained blind to the darkness gathering within their own halls. But Yoda knew now that survival was not the goal. Transformation was. The Jedi's future would not be decided by legions or victories, but by what came after their fall. He confided quietly in Obi-Wan Kenobi. A time would come, Yoda said, when Obi-Wan would need to disappear, to hide not just himself, but knowledge. Yoda would teach him what he had learned, and through that teaching, a seed would be planted, one that might bloom long after the Jedi were gone. In a galaxy at war, Yoda had found peace not through strength, but surrender. He had faced the truth of death and seen beyond it. The Jedi would lose the coming battle. But their story was not over. The Force had paths unseen, and Yoda had glimpsed the light waiting at the end of the long night. The Force was not a weapon. It was not a doctrine. It was life itself, and it was calling them home. The Clone Wars were reaching their breaking point. The outer systems had become a chessboard of shifting allegiances and costly victories. Yet even in a war defined by numbers, strategies, and legions, there were missions that required something more, something unpredictable. That's when Clone Force 99 was called in. Known unofficially as the Bad Batch, this squad of genetically altered clones was unlike any other. Each member bore mutations that gave them unique advantages and equally unique personalities. Hunter, the leader, possessed heightened senses and near-instinctual tracking ability. Tech was a genius with computers and engineering, speaking in calculations as fluently as in BASIC. Crosshair, their sniper, had unerring accuracy and a tongue sharp enough to match. And Wrecker, well, Wrecker liked to blow things up. A lot. They weren't standard, and they certainly weren't subtle, but they got results. When Republic intelligence revealed that the Separatists were somehow predicting their strategies in battle, especially on the planet Anaxes, suspicion arose that the droid armies were intercepting Republic data, seemingly knowing the Republic's moves before they happened. Commander Rex had a more troubling theory. He believed the information was coming from a source within their own ranks, not a traitor, something worse, a ghost. He believed Echo was alive. CT-1409, known as Echo, had been a member of the Domino Squad, a brother-in-arms who had once helped turn the tide at the Citadel and the Battle of Lola Sayu. He'd been presumed killed in action, exploding with a data terminal during a critical mission. Rex had carried the weight of his loss for a long time, but now, hearing traces of Echo's tactical patterns in Separatist strategy, he couldn't shake the feeling that his brother hadn't died. He'd been taken. The Jedi Council approved a mission. Rex, along with Anakin Skywalker, was tasked with investigating the Separatist cyber center on Anaxes. To accomplish this, they were given command of Clone Force 99. From the beginning, tensions flared. The Bad Batch wasn't exactly known for playing well with others. Their methods were chaotic, often flying in the face of standard protocol, and they questioned the effectiveness of regular clones. Rex, ever disciplined and proud of his men, bristled at their arrogance. The mission had barely begun before egos clashed and tempers flared. But for all their quirks, the Bad Batch proved devastatingly effective. They cut through Separatist droids with ruthless efficiency, turning chaos into advantage. They infiltrated the Separatist compound, uncovering the source of the data leak. Tech intercepted a transmission, and it confirmed Rex's worst suspicion: the signal was coming from Skako Minor. And it bore Echo's clone identification code. They had found him. The next phase of the mission brought the team to Skako Minor, a wind-blasted world ruled by the Techno-Union and its enigmatic leader, Wat Tambor. The planet was home to eerie, towering cities and sprawling, storm-racked landscapes. Anakin, Rex, and the Bad Batch landed under the cover of night, navigating through harsh weather and even harsher resistance. Tambor denied everything, insisting that no clone had been held captive. But the truth was buried deep within his city of Perkle, guarded by machines and secrets. Their path was perilous. After evading droid patrols and climbing through the towering spires of Perkle, the team finally reached the central lab. There, suspended in a grotesque neural interface, was Echo, barely alive, pale and covered in ports and wires. He had been plugged into a mainframe, his mind exploited for tactics, his memories scanned and fed into the Separatist war machine. Tambor hadn't killed Echo. He'd turned him into a weapon. Rex stepped forward, voice cracking, calling Echo back from the edge of consciousness. At first, Echo didn't recognize them. His voice was hollow, his movements stiff, but slowly, recognition returned. Tears welled in Rex's eyes as he promised to bring his brother home. The escape was immediate and violent. As the team freed Echo from the neural harness, alarms blared. Tambor sent droid forces to trap them within the tower. Desperate to flee, they made their way through the inner corridors, only to be forced onto the roof. Now cornered, high above the canyon floor. With droid forces closing in, they activated ancient native flyers called Kirdaks, massive winged beasts long believed extinct. Using them as escape mounts, the team soared through Skako Minor's jagged skies, pursued by gunships and blaster fire. They crash-landed outside the city and were pursued again by droid patrols, but this time, the locals, oppressed by the Techno-Union, rose up to help them. Echo, though weakened, began to recover. The mission had succeeded. They had saved one of their own, but Echo wasn't the same. Back on Anaxes, the team rejoined Republic forces where a new offensive was underway. Mace Windu and Obi-Wan Kenobi prepared for a major push against the Separatist fleet, but they lacked a strategy to gain the upper hand. That's when Echo, still pale and shaky, stepped forward. His mind still held the architecture of the Techno-Union's systems. He believed he could use his connection to feed false data to the Separatists, tricking Admiral Trench into deploying forces into a trap. It was a dangerous plan. One mistake, and the Separatists would know he'd turned. But Echo insisted. He had to do something. He had to prove, to them, and to himself, that he was still a soldier. The trap worked. Using Echo's plan, the Republic routed the Separatist forces, crippling their fleet and recapturing a critical shipyard. Anakin, in a moment of ruthless determination, confronted Admiral Trench directly, cutting the spider-like warlord down after he refused to surrender. It was a chilling reminder of how far Anakin was willing to go. But for now, victory belonged to the Republic. In the aftermath, Echo stood apart. He'd returned from the edge of death, but his body was more machine than man. He moved differently, thought differently. The other clones treated him with respect, but with a distance he could feel. But the Bad Batch understood him. They welcomed him not with pity, but with recognition. Echo didn't have to prove he was still a clone. He just had to decide what kind of soldier he wanted to be. When Hunter offered him a place among their squad, Echo didn't hesitate. Rex, proud and saddened, let his brother go. "I know you'll always have my back," Echo said. "Always," Rex replied. And so, Clone Force 99 gained a new member. Not perfect, not standard, but essential. They walked away together, out of formation, into a galaxy that didn't need perfect soldiers anymore. It needed different ones. The war raged on above the stars, but beneath the gleaming towers of Coruscant, deep within the industrial tangle of level 1313, life was hard and hollow. Far from the glow of the Jedi Temple, from the battles fought in the name of justice and peace, the underworld buzzed with its own desperate rhythm. This was where Ahsoka Tano landed, after walking away from the Jedi Order. She didn't fall. She descended, on her own terms, but not without pain. Riding a beat-up speeder that gave out mid-flight, she crash-landed on level 1313, scraping the walls of half-lit towers and slamming down into a scrapyard operated by two sisters, Trace and Rafa Martez. Trace, younger and earnest, was a mechanic who still believed things could get better. Rafa, older and sharper, was a survivor who trusted only what she could control. The sisters had each other, and that was enough. When Ahsoka emerged from the wreckage, hiding her past but not her strength, the sisters saw something familiar in her: loss. She paid for repairs with scraps and humility, offering to help Trace around the shop while keeping her Jedi identity secret. The three quickly grew close, their bond forming in the spaces between jobs, over tool benches and street food. But Rafa's hustle was never far behind. Rafa, eager for quick credits and always walking the edge of danger, pulled Trace into a deal with a local gang, modifying dangerous binary load lifters, droids strong enough to destroy half a district if improperly programmed. Ahsoka, suspicious from the start, tried to intervene quietly. She rerouted the droid programming to minimize harm, but once activated, one of the droids went berserk and ran amok through Coruscant. A chaotic chase ensued across platforms and alleys. Ahsoka fought to contain the droid without revealing her Jedi abilities, using the Force only in moments of dire need. In the end, they saved the day, but the droid deal soured. Rafa blamed Ahsoka's interference, but Trace, despite her loyalty to her sister, began to trust Ahsoka's judgment. Still, the sisters needed credits, and Rafa had secured another job, this time off-world. They were to deliver a shipment of spice for the Pike Syndicate, one of the galaxy's most dangerous criminal organizations. Ahsoka objected immediately. Spice meant suffering. It meant slavery and addiction. But Trace, eager to prove herself and pilot her own ship, the Silver Angel, insisted. Against Ahsoka's advice, she dumped the spice mid-flight, believing that if the cargo was gone, they could walk away from the deal. They were wrong. The Pikes arrested them on Obadiah and threw them into a hellish prison. Ahsoka, careful not to reveal her identity, worked to keep the sisters safe while plotting an escape. Over the course of their captivity, the layers between them peeled away. Ahsoka learned the truth. Years earlier, during a separatist attack, the Jedi had chased a bomber through the Martez family's neighborhood. A ship crashed into their home. Their parents died. And when a Jedi came to explain it, to say the Force would be with them, the girls were left alone. That Jedi had been Luminara Unduli. From that moment on, Rafa and Trace lost all faith in the Order. They saw Jedi not as peacekeepers, but as distant, cold symbols of power who caused suffering and then moved on. Ahsoka listened in silence, the guilt pressing against her ribs like iron. They didn't know she had once worn those robes, but their words carved deeper than any lightsaber ever could. The escape attempt was messy, but Ahsoka's calm leadership and subtle Force skills kept them ahead of the guards. They navigated tunnels, faked deaths, and turned the Pike's own greed against them. But each time they made it to the verge of freedom, Rafa's guilt and Trace's trust pulled them back. They wouldn't leave Ahsoka behind. Eventually, Ahsoka struck a deal with the Pike leader. She would remain behind while the sisters delivered the spice again, this time legitimately. She used the time to investigate the real source of the Pike operation and discovered something even more dangerous. The Pikes were receiving their spice from none other than the Crimson Dawn and working under the quiet command of Darth Maul. The sisters returned as promised, refusing to abandon Ahsoka. Their loyalty, so different from the detachment she'd known in the temple, reminded her what the Jedi had lost. She used their arrival to turn the tide, fighting their way out in a dazzling escape through the Syndicate's fortress. In the final confrontation, Ahsoka's powers were fully revealed. The sisters watched in awe and horror as she wielded the Force, leapt across catwalks and disabled guards with elegant precision. When the dust settled, Rafa stepped forward, eyes narrowed, voice low. "You're a Jedi." Ahsoka hesitated, then shook her head. "I was," she said. The three of them stood in silence, no lies left to shield them. Rafa, always wary, didn't offer forgiveness. But she did offer understanding. "I don't like the Jedi," she said, "but maybe there are a few good ones." Trace hugged Ahsoka, whispering that she didn't care what she'd been. What mattered was what she'd done. And what Ahsoka had done was stay. She'd fought for them, not for credits or commands, but because it was right. They parted on the surface of Coruscant, a sunrise just beginning to warm the skyline. The sisters returned to their world, a little less alone. Ahsoka turned back toward the shadows, heart heavy but lighter than it had been in months. She had walked away from the Order. But in helping two sisters survive a galaxy without faith, she'd taken her first step toward becoming something else, something freer, more compassionate, and more true than any doctrine the Jedi could teach. And far away, in the dark corners of the galaxy, Darth Maul felt her presence. The next phase was beginning. The Clone Wars had reached their final hours, though no one could yet see the shape of the end. Battles raged on distant worlds, the Jedi were spread thin across the galaxy, and Chancellor Palpatine held more power than ever before. But in the shadowed halls of Coruscant and the bloodied battlefields of the Outer Rim, fate began to weave its final pattern. Ahsoka Tano returned, not as a Jedi but as something new. With her short-cropped hair and calm resolve, she stood face to face once more with Anakin Skywalker. They had not seen each other since she walked away from the Jedi Order. Their reunion was warm, familiar, but heavy with unspoken questions. Time had passed, and war had changed them both. Anakin, in his excitement, offered her lightsabers, reforged, their blades now glowing a pure icy blue. They were a gift and a gesture. "You're always a part of the Order," he said. But Ahsoka only smiled sadly. She wasn't coming back. She was just passing through, called to one final mission. Mandalore was in chaos again. Bo-Katan Kryze, sister of the late Duchess Satine, had tracked down Maul. He had returned to Mandalore and seized control of the underworld and Death Watch. With his Crimson Dawn and Shadow Collective, he had turned the planet into a fortress. Bo-Katan needed help, and Ahsoka came with it, not as a Jedi, but as an ally. The Republic agreed to assist, splitting the 501st. Anakin and Obi-Wan were called back to Coruscant to rescue the Chancellor from General Grievous, events already racing toward tragedy. But Anakin left Ahsoka with a detachment of the 501st, now wearing helmets painted orange in her honor. At their head was Captain Rex, her oldest friend. Together, they jumped into hyperspace, heading for Mandalore. The siege of Mandalore began in fire and fury. Bo-Katan's forces descended on the capital city of Sundari, while Ahsoka and Rex led the assault. Jetpacks roared through the air, and clone troopers clashed with Maul's loyalists in the shattered streets. It was a battle of warriors, Mandalorian against Mandalorian, clone against shadow. But the true fight lay deeper. In the tunnels beneath the city, Ahsoka pursued Maul. He had lured her here, not to defeat her, but to reveal a truth. Their confrontation was quiet at first, tense, words shared beneath the rumble of distant explosions. Maul spoke of chaos coming, of the darkness rising, of Anakin Skywalker's role in it all. He offered her a chance, not to join him as a Sith, but to stand together against Sidious. "He is behind everything," Maul said. "He has been playing a game longer than any of us can imagine. And Skywalker is the key." Ahsoka refused to believe it. Anakin was her brother, her master, her friend. He was the best of the Jedi. The idea that he could fall to darkness was unthinkable. But Maul pressed her, growing more desperate. "I wanted you to take his place at my side," he said. "You're the only one strong enough to stop what's coming." They fought. Their duel was breathtaking, a dance of blades and belief. Maul's fury and agility met Ahsoka's clarity and precision. Above them, Mandalore burned. Ahsoka, unshaken, matched Maul step for step. Their battle tore through the throne room and out into the girders of the capital's upper structure. In the end, she disarmed him, literally and figuratively, and captured him with Rex's help. He screamed as they took him away, caged in a ray-shielded device designed to hold Force wielders. "You don't know what you've done," he howled. "We're all going to burn." And then the galaxy changed. Ahsoka and Rex prepared to return to Coruscant with Maul in custody. Their ship jumped into hyperspace. The war was almost over. Victory was near. And then Rex's hand trembled. Across the galaxy, the order came. Order 66. The clones, every one of them, received the command to turn on the Jedi. Their inhibitor chips activated. Their eyes went cold. Their brothers became executioners. Ahsoka stood at the center of a storm she couldn't understand. One moment, Rex was by her side. The next, his weapon was drawn, his face twisted in confusion and pain. "Find fives," he whispered before the programming overtook him. The room erupted. Blaster fire rained down. Ahsoka, still recovering from the battle with Maul, defended herself in disbelief. These were her men, her family. She fled into the depths of the ship as the clones began scouring every hallway, executing any Jedi or traitor they found. She did not fight to kill. She fought to survive and to save Rex. She captured him, knocked him unconscious, and used droids to restrain him. Then she searched through medical records, through the fragmented clues Fives had left behind, memories of a conspiracy, a hidden chip in every clone's brain, a secret plan, a trap. It had all been real. She operated on Rex herself, assisted by droids, and removed the inhibitor chip. When he awoke, his mind was clear. He broke into tears, horrified at what he'd nearly done. Together, they realized the truth. The war had never been theirs to win. It had always been Palpatine's game. And now the Jedi were gone. The cruiser, damaged in the chaos, plunged toward a moon. Ahsoka and Rex fought through the ship, trying to escape while avoiding killing the clones who had once followed them without question. Maul, released during the confusion, destroyed the ship's hyperdrive, accelerating their fall. He escaped, chaos his only ally. In a final act of grace, Ahsoka freed the droids who helped her and disabled as many clones as she could. She and Rex reached a hangar bay but were surrounded by troopers led by Jesse, one of Rex's own men. Rex pleaded with them, told them this wasn't their choice, but it didn't matter. The programming held. Ahsoka held her lightsabers, but dropped them. "I won't be the one to kill them," she said. Together, she and Rex engineered a desperate escape, using Y-wings and firepower to flee as the cruiser tore itself apart and crashed onto the moon's surface. The next morning, amid the smoke and wreckage, Ahsoka stood silently beside a mass grave. Rex had buried every clone who died in the crash, including those who tried to kill them. She placed her lightsaber among the graves, a farewell to the war, to the order, and to the identity she once held. They left the moon together, disillusioned, mourning, alive. And far away, sometime later, Darth Vader stood in the snow, breathing through metal lungs. He found her saber, now scorched and silent. He held it in gloved hands and gazed into the sky. Once he had called her Snips. Now he said nothing. The Clone Wars were over, but the scars would last forever.